Good morning to everyone, to all of you joining our hearing today via the internet, those of you watching on television or listening via radio. Again, good morning to all. Welcome to all of our testifiers joining us today. To all of you unfortunately virtually hearing today. However, we'll proceed today, Tuesday, February 9th, 2021. Or listening today, the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is meeting to receive testimony from a number of departments and agencies to discuss the territory's economic status, diversification, and our track forward. 2021. Before we begin our hearing today, let me take a moment to recognize this month as we observe National Black History Month. Let us celebrate the life and legacy of those who have blazed the trails for us in the way we live today and serve our community every day. Let us continue to celebrate the achievements of African Americans like Dr. Martin Luther King, Harriet Tubman, Jesse Jackson, and even our newly sworn-in Vice President, the Honorable Vice President of the United States, that is the Honorable Kamala Harris, who have all left their mark through significant roles in American history. Before I call the roll, can I just get a test by those agencies who are online? I believe that we're supposed to have about 4 entities on history. I just want to make sure that all 4 are available. We're supposed to have a representative, the Honorable Jennifer O'Neill, Director of Office of Management and Budget. I believe that we're supposed to have
If you're there,
about
just
4
turn on your camera, let me
on.
know you're there. And then you could turn
I just want to make sure that all 4 are available. We're supposed to have the Honorable Joseph Boshelta, the Honorable Commissioner of Jennifer O'Neill,
Tourism.
Director of Office of Management and
Present, sir.
Budget.
Morning.
Thank you. Morning.
If you're there, just turn on your camera, let me know you're
Mr.
there.
Wayne L. Biggs,
And then you
Chief
can
Executive
turn it,
Officer
back to mute.
for the Economic Development Authority, the Honorable Joseph Boshelta, Commissioner of or anyone from EDA.
Present, sir. Morning.
Thank you. Morning. Mr. Donnie Dorset
Biggs,
from the Bureau of
Chief
Economic
Executive
Research
Officer
for the Economic
Good
Development
morning,
Authority.
Senator. Present.
Or anyone
Okay,
from
morning.
EDA. So who we don't hear from yet is
Mr. Donnie Dorset
Jennifer O'Neill
from
and
the Bureau of
Wayne
Economic
Briggs.
Research.
Good morning, Senator. Present.
At some point
Okay,
when they
morning.
come on, they will advise us.
So who we don't hear from yet is
At this time, I'll ask the Jennifer O'Neill and Wayne Briggs clerk to call the roll. At some point when they come on, they will advise us. At this time, I'll ask the clerk
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present.
to
Senator
call the roll.
Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Heiliger absent. Senator, no, she's present.
She's on St. Thomas, but we can't hear her.
Present.
Senator Dwayne
Can you,
M. DeGraff.
Senator, when you're responding, you're gonna have to pull the mic so that we could hear you on this end,
Alma
okay?
Francis Heiliger. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis
She's on
Jr.
St.
present.
Thomas, but we can't
Senator
hear
Donna Fred Gregory.
Present.
Senator
her.
Donna
Can you,
Fred Gregory
Senator, when
present.
you're responding, you're
Senator
gonna have to pull the
Javon
mic
E.
so that we
James
could hear you
Sr.
on this end, okay?
Senator Javon Sr. present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger present. Senator Milton E. Potter Jr. Senator Milton E. Potter present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Fred
Here.
Gregory. Senator Gittens present. Mr. Chairman, we have 7 present. Senator Javon E.
Thank
J.
you. We
Sr.
do have a quorum, and we may
Senator
proceed.
Javon Sr.
At this
Present.
time, I'd like to also recognize
Senior
the presence
Senator
of
Milton E. Potter.
non-committee members,
Senator Milton E. Potter present.
34th
Senator
Legislature's
Kenneth L. Gittens.
Secretary,
Senator Gittens
the Honorable
present. Mr.
Genevieve
Chairman, we have 7
Whitaker,
present.
and
Thank you. We do have a quorum, and we may
from the
proceed.
St. Croix District, the
At
Honorable
this time, I'd
Franklin
like to also
D. Johnson,
recognize the
non-
presence of non-committee members.
non-committee member. Welcome.
34th Legislature's
Do we have
Secretary,
at this time
the Honorable Genevieve
management and budget online and
from the St. Croix District, the Honorable
the
Franklin
EDA representative?
D. Johnson,
non-committee member? Welcome. The committee will take a 3-minute recess.
do we have at this time
3-minute recess. Management and budget online and the EDA representative. The committee will take a 3-minute recess. 3-minute recess. on Economic Development and Agriculture, Tuesday, February 9th, 2021, is back on record. Madam Clerk, can you read the agenda into the record, please?
Please
On
be
Economic
advised.
Development
The
and
Committee on Economic
Agriculture,
Development and Agriculture
Tuesday,
meets here today,
February
Tuesday,
9th,
February 9th,
2021,
2021,
is back
in the
on
Fritz
record.
E. Lowette's conference room on
Madam
St.
Clerk,
Croix.
can
This
you
hearing is to
read
receive
the
testimony from the Department
agenda
of
into the
Tourism,
record, please?
the Bureau of Economic Development, and the Economic
be
Development
advised.
Authority
The
regarding the
Committee on
territories,
Economic
Development, and
Status.
Agriculture.
Additionally,
Meets here today, Tuesday, February
they would
9th,
provide information on the
2021,
evolution
in the
of the
Fritz E.
local
Lowet's
tourism
conference room on
industry,
St. Croix.
their efforts
This
towards
hearing is to
diversification
receive testimony
of our
from the
local
Department of
economy
Tourism,
and their
the
recruitment
Bureau of
strategy
Economic
of new
Development,
businesses to the
and the
territory.
Economic Development Authority.
Invited to testify
regarding the
are
territories,
the
economic
Honorable
status.
Jennifer O. O'Neill,
Additionally,
Director, Office of
they would
Management and
provide
Budget,
information on the
the Honorable
evolution of the
Joseph
local tourism
Boshalte,
industry,
Commissioner,
their
Department of
efforts
Tourism,
towards diversification
Mr. Wayne L.
of our
Biggs,
local
Chief
economy,
Executive
and their
Officer,
recruitment
Economic
strategy
Development
of new
Authority,
businesses to the territory.
Donnie Dorset,
Invited
Senior
to
Policy
testify
Analyst,
are
Bureau
the
of
Honorable
Economic
Jennifer
Research.
O. O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. The Honorable Joseph Boshalte, Commissioner, Department
Yes,
of
Mr.
Tourism.
Chairman.
Mr. Wayne L. Biggs, Chief Executive Officer,
Yes, sir.
Economic Development Authority.
Letter dated February 3rd,
Donnie
2021,
Dorset, Senior
from
Policy
Jennifer C.
Analyst,
O'Neill,
Bureau of Economic
Director,
Research.
the Office of Management and Budget. Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairman, Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Golden Rock, Christian
Yes, sir.
says St. Croix,
Letter dated
Virgin Islands,
February 3rd,
00820.
2021, from
Dear
Jennifer
Senator
C.
Gittins,
O'Neill,
thank you for your
Director,
invitation
the
to
Office of
provide
Management and
testimony
Budget.
to the Committee on Economic
Honorable Kenneth L.
Development
Gittins,
and Agriculture
Chairman,
on
Committee on
February 9th,
Economic Development and
2021,
Agriculture,
regarding the
Legislature
status
of
of
the
the
Virgin
territory's
Islands,
economy,
3022
the
Golden
evolution
Rock,
of the local
Christian
tourism
says St.
industry,
Croix, Virgin
their
Islands,
efforts towards
00820.
diversification of our economy,
Dear Senator
and the
Gittins,
recruitment strategy
Thank you
of
for
new
your
businesses
invitation
to the
provide
territory.
testimony to the
I must
Committee on
respectfully
Economic
decline this
Development and
invitation.
Agriculture on
However,
February 9th,
as the Bureau of
2021,
Economic Research is
regarding
no
the
longer
status
a
of the
division
territory's
within the
economy,
Office of Management and
evolution of
Budget,
the local tourism
thus
industry,
absolving myself
their efforts
and my
towards
office of
diversification
any
of our
oversight
economy, and the
responsibility.
recruitment strategy
As the Bureau
new
of
businesses
Economic
to the
Research
territory.
is now a
I must
division within the
respectfully
Office of the
decline this
Governor,
invitation.
I do believe
However,
that a
as the
representative
Bureau
from
of
the office
Economic Research
from
is
that
no
office
longer
would
a
be better
division
situated
within
to
the
provide
Office of
desired
Management and
testimony.
Budget.
Should you have
Thus,
any questions or
absolving myself
concerns, please
and
feel
my
free to
office
contact
of
me
any
at
oversight responsibility.
774-0750,
As the Bureau of
extension
Economic Research
2020.
is now a division within the
0220.
Office of the Governor.
Sincerely,
I do
Jennifer C.
believe
O'Neill,
that a
Director.
representative from the office, from that office would be
Thank
better
you,
situated to provide
Madam
desired
Clerk.
testimony.
Uh,
Should you have any questions or
I
concerns,
had an
please
opportunity
feel
to
free to
speak
contact
with
me at 774-0750,
the director who
extension
stated that she did
2020.
send this last week.
0220.
However, we just
Sincerely, Jennifer C. O'Neill,
received-
Director.
received it. Nonetheless,
Thank you,
you know,
Madam
when
Clerk.
we go to when we get called to court,
I had
when
an
we get called to
opportunity to
Congress,
speak with,
you don't excuse yourself like that. You come
The
and
director
then
who stated that she
whomever
did
is
send this
officiating over
last week. However, we
the
just,
hearing will excuse you then. But
received-
in this case,
received it. Nonetheless,
she is excused, and
know,
we'll go
when we
ahead
go
and
to-
proceed.
when we get called to court,
I
when we
will.
get called to Congress, you don't excuse
We
yourself.
will
like
accept
that. You
testimony
come
from
and
the
then,
Department of
whomever
Tourism
is
first.
officiating over.
I'm asking that all other testifiers kindly keep your devices on mute, continue to monitor in case you are called upon. We are in the times of a pandemic, and we have to do things a little differently. However, I'm asking you to please pay attention to what's going on, so as we call upon you, you're readily available. So at this time, we will recognize the Honorable Joseph Boshalte of the Department of Tourism for his testimony. And again, all other testifiers, please have your devices on mute. Commissioner, you may proceed.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Senator Gittins, other senators in the chamber, and the viewing and listening audience. I am pleased to provide testimony on the status of the territory's economy, with an emphasis on the evolution of the local tourism industry to include the status for their arrivals, airlift, accommodations, advertising, and plans to address anticipated ongoing shortfalls in the cruise industry. I will also add my voice to those of the other presenters about the evolution of the local tourism economy, diversification, and recruitment strategy of new businesses. Keeping the territory safe and accessible to travelers has been a priority for the Department of Tourism. The department has been working with the Office of the Governor, the Department of Health, the Ports of the Virgin Islands, and the Virgin Islands National Guard during the COVID-19 pandemic. Undergirding the territory's preparation and response is the USVI Travel Screening Portal, a crisis communications initiative undertaken to ensure the safety of the territory's residents as well as that of incoming visitors by eliminating or limiting the inflow of COVID-19 positive travelers. Since its launch, the Travel Screening Portal, managed by our agile and tireless public relations agency, Marketplace Excellence, has processed more than 168,000 travelers. The portal is supported by a round-the-clock in-house customer service center, which handles inquiries and concerns from passengers via phone or email 7 days a week. The territory's COVID-19 numbers vis-a-vis other destinations and even the U.S. mainland are a testament to this coordinated and comprehensive response. The department has leveraged resources to provide PPE for our arriving passengers, and we are in the process of retraining and retooling the National Guard with scanners to increase efficiency and improve flow at the airports. We have also received the World Travel and Tourism Council's Safe Travel stamp. This will pay dividends as we continue to showcase the territory as a safe and healthy destination. The specially designed stamp allows travelers to recognize governments and companies around the world which have adopted health and hygiene global standardized protocols so consumers can experience safe travels. We are adopting new approaches to keep prospective visitors engaged with the destination while simultaneously educating the public about COVID-19 and the importance of complying with health protocols. Airlift and arrivals. The demand to the U.S. Virgin Islands is strong as airlines introduce new service and increase their flight frequency. Frontier Airlines recently announced new service from Orlando and Miami, Florida, to St. Thomas beginning in February and March, respectively. The season also brings new flights connecting Minneapolis-St. Paul by both Sun Country Airlines and Delta Airlines. Late last year, St. Thomas welcomed new service from New York with JetBlue Airways. We have also seen an increase in private jet arrivals, some of which are connecting to the areas of our marine product, such as the yachting community. On 2 different occasions last year, we had to order the temporary halt of the booking of leisure guests. This had the anticipated impact of quickly and dramatically reducing airlift to the territory for that period. Incoming passenger loads were significantly reduced beginning mid-March at both airports. Daily passengers' arrivals into St. Thomas dropped from nearly 2,400 on March 14th to less than 100 passengers per day by the end of March. However, when the pandemic restrictions on leisure travel were relaxed following the second shutdown in August, airlift increased dramatically. St. Thomas winter capacity now rivals pre-hurricane levels of 2017, and St. Croix capacity has surpassed its 2017 levels. Accommodations. St. Croix currently has approximately 800 traditional hotel rooms and approximately 300 villas. St. Thomas St. John currently have approximately 1,800 traditional hotel rooms and approximately 600 villas. Additionally, there are a total of approximately 2,200 Airbnb sharing economy rentals available throughout the territory. There are about 200 plus charter boat beds available in the St. Thomas St. John district. In terms of accommodations, our hotel occupancy numbers are showing slight increases month over month as we register increased arrivals over the winter season. There is significant interest and movement regarding the hotel reconstruction and expansion. This includes Lovango Resort and Beach Club, Carena Bay Beach Resort and Casino, Frenchman's Reef and Noonie Beach, the Caneel Bay Resort and St. John, Protestant Key in the in Christiansted Harbor, Lime Tree Resort by Club Wyndham and Club Wyndham Elysian Beach Resort, St. Thomas, and the Preserve at Botany Bay, St. Thomas. STR lodging data from 2020 is encouraging. Compared to all Caribbean destinations for which data is available, the USVI had the highest occupancy rate for the month, 59.2%, down from 61.8% in 2019. The overall December 2020 occupancy rate for the region as a whole was just 26.5%. We are also leading our neighbors in the 2020 versus 2019 year-to-date comparison with an occupancy rate of 47.2%. This is down from 66.6% in 2019. The year-to-date occupancy for the region as a whole was 30.2%. Airbnb. In 2018, there were approximately 1,575 Airbnb active rooms, villas, and other accommodation units available in the territory. That number grew to 2,200 rooms in 2019. Airbnb guest arrivals more than doubled between 2018 and 2019, increasing by approximately 121% from 32,600 to 72,150. Advertising. With limited resources compared to our competitors, the Department of Tourism has leveraged its advertising spend and reach primarily through digital campaigns, including Pandora, Refinery 29, and Condé Nast Traveler to promote the territory during the pandemic and to help travelers plan a safe trip to the U.S. Virgin Islands. The Department of Tourism registered millions of impressions from these campaigns and thousands of clicks on digital content. Campaigns. Reconnecting with Paradise. The response to our Reconnect with Paradise campaign in the marketplace has been positive. Inc. magazine publication. So has our April 2020 edition of America's Ways Spotlight, which features the U.S. Virgin Islands. Due to COVID-19, the distribution of the magazine was stymied. The edition was republished in January and is in circulation. Promotions. We are also pursuing a number of promotions, from thanking healthcare workers at home and on the mainland to launching a romance package for travelers this winter. St. Croix campaign. Relaunching St. Croix, a vibe like no other. The department is bullish on St. Croix, and we have relaunched the marketing and brand campaign called St. Croix, a vibe like no other. Plans to address anticipated ongoing shortfalls in the cruise industry. The cruise industry plays an important role in tourist arrivals and expenditures. However, the industry has been suspended due to the pandemic. I have participated on numerous calls and meetings with the cruise industry to develop protocols and plans to restart of this critical industry. In 2019, the territory welcomed 1.4 million cruise passengers, an increase of 0.2% over 2018. Pre-COVID-19, arrivals for January to February were up 10.7% over January to February 2019. No cruise ships have arrived in the USVI since mid-March 2020. While Eastern Caribbean itineraries have been negatively impacted through the reduction of cruise calls, we remain committed to strengthening our relationship with the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association, the individual lines, and other cruise companies to position the ports of the Virgin Islands as a leading destination for Caribbean cruising. Our plans include working with the private sector to improve and add offerings to our destination. The development of the marine sector. With numerous travel restrictions being enforced for travel in 2020, the U.S. Virgin Islands increased its focus on marine visitors. The department developed and now maintains a designated marine webpage. The resilience and socially distant nature of the marine industry allows for this new sector to flourish despite the challenges of COVID-19. The territory has already begun to strengthen its marine tourism offerings when the pandemic provided additional opportunities to tap into the charter yacht industry, which serves a relatively affluent population. We plan to increase marketing activities within the charter yacht sector and will continue to promote other marine businesses and services to this growing sector. Our work and outreach are already paying dividends. For example, the Moorings, known as the world's premier yacht company, has established charter operations in St. Thomas for the 2021 charter season. In 2019, the annual direct contribution to the U.S. Virgin Islands economy made by 150 charter vessels, 75 day charter, 17 sport fishing, and 55 bareboat charter vessels was estimated at approximately $45 million. We forecast the 2020 numbers to be positive due to the large number of visiting vessels, as well as our expanded reach into the charter yacht, regatta, and game fishing sectors. We are working with the Office of the Governor to create a flagship program for the marine industry. We are also working on developing a St. Croix-specific marine program with its own dedicated marketing platform. Evolution of the local tourism industry. There has been a lot of engagement with and within the local industry. We have met with the chambers and hotel associations and have provided industry updates. Even though the development of the Cultural Heritage Institute has been delayed due to budget constraints, the Department of Tourism has been proactive in pushing forward its mandate and objectives. For example, we have worked with the St. Thomas Historical Trust on documenting and archiving the chair caning tradition and craftsmanship. This falls under the umbrella of culture and history. We have also begun the production of cultural and culinary vignettes. Over the holidays, we shared a video about all things Coquito, which featured Janesta Ritter of Subsavor St. Croix and Antoinette Gaspard of Crucian Foodie. We will continue this video series to showcase other local recipes. Within our festivals division, we have begun working to archive our historic festivals and carnivals. During the virtual St. John celebration, we worked with culture bearer Kurt Marsh to produce a historical dialogue about the history of St. John, Emancipation Day, and VI culture in the 21st century. We will continue to produce these cultural presentations and share them across our platforms. Last month, we were able to showcase a slice of our culture and local talent to the world when we participated in the virtual parade that was part of the inauguration activities of President Joe Biden. Division of Festivals. Festivals. After a successful staging of the Crucian Christmas Festival at the end of 2019, Carnival Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, and St. John's celebration were transformed into virtual celebrations in 2020 due to the COVID-19 restrictions, drawing hundreds of thousands of online participants, and even more earned media coverage for the destination as we ignited the spirits of Virgin Islanders at home and in the diaspora. The coverage to date has generated strong journalists and travel writer interest and compelling media results for the USVI in national publications. Here's a quick snapshot of the results of our virtual festival carnivals to date. Media impressions of 34.5 million, advertising value of 968,000, PR value of 2.9 million, earned media coverage in Essence, Lonely Planet, Travel and Leisure, and the Miami Times. We had a significant representation from local talent. The ROI for the territory has been tremendous, with engagement reaching historical levels. This will benefit us when in-person gatherings return. In 2021, the territory is looking forward to its hallmark events, including Carnival Virgin Islands on St. Thomas, St. John's Celebration, and the Crucian Christmas Festival on St. Croix. Discussions are ongoing with the Department of Health to determine what type of events can be executed. We anticipate producing mainly virtual events this year before we transition to in-person festivals. Caribbean diaspora in the region. This is a new program to promote regional participation in our festival and carnivals, and more broadly in our tourism products. Other projects under development include a restaurant carnival cook-off, where restaurants can prepare dishes during the week with blind taste testing. This will increase business for restaurants, but also will increase their international footprint. The Department of Tourism is also revamping its Tourism Ambassadors website to further connect and engage with Virgin Islanders, as well as developing interactive programs to reach our community at home and abroad. Entertainment. The efforts of the division have enabled our team to market our islands regionally and globally. The feedback we received about the incredible talent within the territory prompted the division to kick off a new series entitled State of the VI Entertainment, a collaborative platform to enlist the input of entertainers, troupe owners, booth owners, and vendors to inform the future work of the division. Recruitment strategy of new businesses. We have partnered with EDA to bring hotel investment opportunities to the territory. In 2020, we participated in the National Association of Black Hotel Owners, Operators, and Developers, NABHOOD, virtual conference. The department also facilitated a partnership with Mutiny Island Vodka to showcase the local beverage with Applebee Restaurants, an internationally recognized brand. Through our public relation efforts, media outreach, and media hospitality program, we continue to work with and showcase local businesses. For example, Condé Nast Traveler featured multiple businesses and attractions on each island in our Safe Travels campaign. Most recently, Danella Richard of the Traveling with Danella Richard show visited the territory and captured footage of some of our culinary ambassadors, cultural icons, and local entrepreneurs. The show aired on January 31st and February 7th on the CW South Florida network. Diversification. Our goal is to continue developing initiatives as well as a result of the contraction of tourism arrivals and stays. For example, the pandemic has allowed us to leverage trends focusing on sports tourism and remote working. Playing in Paradise, #Playcations. The U.S. Virgin Islands is home to several internationally recognized sporting events, from triathlons to sports fishing competitions. Our islands provide optimal conditions for these events, including challenging race courses, deep troughs, temperate waters, and state-of-the-art facilities. Due to our climate, sports teams can train year-round and participate in increasingly popular competitions. The territory has U.S.-trained and certified coaches and professionals, top-rated facilities, outdoor space, and the brilliant sunshine offers natural vitamin D. Working in Paradise, #Workcations. The U.S. Virgin Islands is ideal for working from home in paradise. What's even better, U.S. citizens don't need a passport, and they will have one of the best foregrounds to get work done and the best background on Zoom. Marketing and business development. Our marketing strategy will continue to focus on strong visual stimulation for a multi-sensory experience. A targeted digital and traditional advertising strategy focusing on key feeder and gateway markets, and the continued growth of our already robust public relations initiatives through the pitch of stories, the appearance in television segments, and the hosting of journalists in the territory. With our compelling attributes, including no passport required for U.S. citizens, as well as CDC-compliant health and safety protocols, the U.S. Virgin Islands is in a unique position to welcome visitors during and after the pandemic. We will position and promote the USVI across the U.S. mainland, as well as strategic global markets, including but not limited to the Caribbean, Canada, and Denmark, and the Middle East, where there is strong airlift connecting such cities such as Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, and to major airports in the United States. As a component of our messaging is to leverage data and analytics to the world. No, the U.S. Virgin Islands is open for business. Our goal is to establish the USVI as a perfect getaway that has something for everyone: families, couples, friends, or business travelers. An aggressive marketing and business development plan has been prepared to coincide with the reopening of additional hotel rooms. This includes sales and air route expansion, as well as public relations, sales, marketing, and advertising. The territory has also implemented a target-specific plan to highlight the territory as open for business following the 2017 hurricanes. We are using the CDBG-DR grant award to support this initiative. Miles Partnership has been awarded the contract and is in the process of presenting campaigns for approval. Sales. The USVI sales team has diversified its strategy during the COVID-19 pandemic by conducting educational virtual webinar of the territory to the travel advisor and meeting planning committee, carefully assessing the climate of face-to-face events and participating in various in-person shows, increasing engagement for the travel community by joining private travel groups on social media platforms like Travel Agents Selling the Caribbean, Intele Travel Agent Departure Lounge, Society of Incentive Travel Excellence. Continuously communicating on island partners such as hotels, villas, transportation providers, restaurants, and attractions to keep up to date of the territory's offerings and availability. Plans are underway to bring on board additional members of the sales team. Budget constraints and challenges. The USVI is at a significant disadvantage from our closest competitors with regards to the budget that we have for marketing. Our neighbors in Puerto Rico, for example, have double the marketing budget that we do. So I would like to say, well done to the tourism team for its extraordinary efforts throughout the pandemic to keep the territory top of mind. As we emerge from the pandemic, we intend to be responsive to the ever-shifting realities in the global travel and tourism industry. We will continue to employ our resources to design and deliver a creative, authentic, and culturally relevant rolling marketing plan that includes a broad range of advertising, marketing, digital marketing, public relations, social media, and community engagement. Looking forward, we are encouraged by reports that the U.S. Virgin Islands as a trending, leading destination in the Caribbean. We are laser focused on keeping the U.S. Virgin Islands top of mind in the constantly changing travel and tourism industry landscape, which includes much uncertainty around the cruise sector, which has been dramatically impacted by the pandemic. Senator Giddens, this concludes my formal presentation. Our team is available for questions that the body may have. But I also included in our testimony 3 ads that if the Senate would like to see what exactly we have in the market right now in terms of some of our promotions that we're using digitally and have used in broadcast presentations this season. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Commissioner Bushelti. I'm not certain that our media department is, do you have those links at this time before I call for the testimony of the Bureau of Economic Research? If we can't get it just before, I'll ask your indulgence, colleagues, that we just take a 3-minute recess so that we can get those ads up so that we could just have a flow. And then we'll hear from the Bureau of Economic Research, and hopefully we're joined by the CEO of the Economic Development Authority. Thank you. The committee will recess for 3 minutes. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, Tuesday, February 9th, 2021, is back on record. Media, so we can proceed, you may play the ads for the Department of Tourism.
Isn't it time to reconnect that feeling? Connect in a beautiful place with beautiful people, where you can leave your worries behind and focus on what's most in the United States Virgin Islands. You'll have all the time in the world to reconnect with each other again, and again, and again.
These islands are all paradise. St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, so nice. Water Island makes it alright.
Visit the United States Virgin Islands and reconnect with paradise.
Welcome to the Virgin Islands. Welcome to the Virgin Islands. Oh na na, oh na na na. Reconnect with paradise. The VI smiles with me, with her embers of the seas. The Virgin Islands, they are calling out to me. The VI smiles with me, with her embers of the seas. The Virgin Islands, they are calling out to me. Welcome to the Virgin Islands. Oh na na, oh na na na. Reconnect with paradise. The VI smiles with me, with her embers of the seas. The Virgin Islands, they are calling out to me. The VI smiles with me, with her embers of the seas. The Virgin Islands, they are calling out to me.
Thank you, media, and thank you, Commissioner and your team at the Department of Tourism. Mr. Donnie Dorset of the Bureau of Economic Research, are you ready?
Yes, Senator.
You may proceed at this time.
Okay, so I'm getting ready to, can you see the I'm sharing a PowerPoint presentation. Is your media seeing that?
Yes, but I would have liked for the public to see who is testifying first, and then you could go there. Is that possible?
Okay. 1 second, Senator.
So you could introduce yourself, and then you could proceed to the PowerPoint presentation.
Good day, Honorable Chairperson, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, and members of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, testifiers, listening and viewing audience. My name is Donnie E. Dorset, Senior Policy Analyst and Representative for the Bureau of Economic Research. The Bureau of Economic Research was asked by this committee to give testimony on an update on the territory's economy, tourism data, and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the economy. Therefore, my testimony will consist of a PowerPoint presentation providing historical and statistical data on selected areas of the territory's gross domestic product, tourism and employment sector, and an online selected business survey. The data provided was done by the territory's fiscal year calendar. Please note, in some cases, we also provide data by calendar year. Upload. Presentation. Should be coming up.
We do see our cover page.
Okay. It's still loading on my end. It should be up in a minute, less than a minute. Okay. Senator Gittens, can you see on your end?
Yeah, we're still seeing the cover page.
Okay. Okay, so in this presentation, we'll discuss the gross product, gross territorial product, tourism arrivals, employment, and COVID-19 pandemic business survey. So, gross domestic product is a monetary value of all finished goods and services made within a country during a specific period. The GDP provides an economic snapshot of a country used to determine the size of the economy and growth rate. Historically, tourism and the export of refined petroleum products contributed largely to the territory's GDP. On this chart, you should see in 2012 that the GDP fell by 15%. That is due to the closure of the refinery operations that occurred in February of 2012. The increase that you see in 2016 was due to tourism and the Lime Tree Bay Terminal storage facility holding oil. That is counted towards an investment towards the GDP for the territory. The 0.6% decline you see in 2017 was due to the impact of hurricanes Irma and Maria. The recent increase in 2018 of 1.7% is due to an uptick in federal funding related to disaster recovery.
I'm going to ask, excuse me, Mr. Dorset, I'm going to ask that since your presentation isn't moving, that you just...
It's not moving on your end?
No, it's not. So just open your camera and proceed with your testimony.
Oh.
Yes. That was received. Can you bring this screen back to you? And colleagues, this testimony was received just as we began today and placed on the drive However, again, we're going to ask testifiers that, especially once you're given due notice timely, that you try to get us the testimonies on time so that the senators could have them.
Can you see me?
You may proceed. Can you start from the GDP again, please?
Okay. The gross domestic product is the monetary value of all finished goods and services made within a country during a specific period. GDP provides an economic snapshot of a country used to estimate the size of economy and growth rate. Historically, tourism and the export of refined petroleum products contributed largely to the territory's GDP. On the chart, you should see in 2012, the GDP fell by an estimated 15% due to the closure of the Hovensa refinery operations in February of 2012. The increase of 1.2% in calendar year 2016 was due to tourism and the Lime Tree Bay Terminal Storage Oil Facility. A 0.6 decline in 2017 was due to the impact of hurricanes Irma and Maria. The recent increase in 2018 of 1.7% is due to an uptick in federal funding related to disaster recovery. In the absence of selected 2019 GDP data, the Bureau is estimating another 1.7 growth in 2019 due to federal disaster-related funding and a forecast 14.2% drop in calendar year 2020 due to the loss of tourism arrivals. The recent announcement of the Lime Tree Bay Refinery to commence the production of refined petroleum products would greatly benefit the territory's GDP estimates. Total visitor arrivals peaked at 2.7 million in fiscal year 2017. Total visitor arrivals for FY 2020 was 1,342,229 from 2,104,506, a decline of 33.4%. In FY 2016, air arrivals peaked at 794,935. The increase in arrivals is partly due to the Department of Tourism and its partners providing travel promotions and additional flights during the 2015-2016 winter season. The COVID-19 pandemic affected air arrivals to the territory. The St. Thomas St. John District arrivals for fiscal year 2020 was 343,517, a decline of 27% in comparison to 470,519 in fiscal year 2019. The island of St. Croix experienced a 40.3% decrease from 167,357 to 99,892. Overall, total air arrivals waned by 30.5% from 637,876 to 443,409. For FY 2021, total air arrivals are down an estimated 15.1% from 148,148 to 125,707. For the island of St. Croix, air arrivals decreased by 25.1% from 34,877 to 26,115. The St. Thomas St. John District fell by 12.1% from 113,271 to 99,592. FY 2014 cruise passengers for the territory peaked at 2,054,625. The lower cruise arrivals in FY 2018 were partly due to the effects of hurricanes Irma and Maria. In FY 2019, overall cruise arrivals rose by 24.7%. In FY 2020, we welcomed 898,820 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This represents a 38.7% decline. Projected direct economic loss to cruise passenger arrivals for the first quarter of FY 2021 is 118,174,314. I had some slides basically showing a comparison, and this was done in conjunction with the Department of Tourism, our competing destinations. So Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, and the U.S. Virgin Islands were all affected by the hurricanes in 2017. However, in calendar year 2019, Puerto Rico arrivals rose by 12.7%, while St. Martin and the USVI rose by 80% and 30.5%, respectively. For cruise arrivals, similarly, cruise arrivals data on Puerto Rico rebounded by 7.6%. The island of St. Martin by 2.2%, and the U.S. Virgin Islands grew a modest less than 1%. Major carriers for the second quarter of the calendar year 2020 fell by 45.3%, averaging 7,320 from 13,380 reported during the same period in 2019. During that time is when we had the shutdown, the first shutdown. The last quarter of 2020 saw an increase of direct seats to the territory, averaging over last quarter of 2019. The uptick of direct seats were due to the Department of Tourism marketing initiatives and the additional and seasonal flights returning to the territory. Major carrier flights are projected to remain in the first quarter of 2021 at 7.8% in comparison to first quarter 2020. The April forecast for 2021 direct seats are at average 22,254 compared to the 7,865 in 2020. USVI guest registrations totaled 352,417 in FY 2020. Preliminary 72,380 guest registrations for the first quarter of fiscal year 2021. Prior to COVID-19, the USVI could have reasonably received an average 958,213 cruise passenger arrivals for the first 6 months of calendar year 2021. The projected direct economic loss to cruise passenger arrivals for the first 6 months of calendar year 2021 is $240,511,463. For the first quarter of fiscal year 2021, hotel room revenues are down approximately 65.1%, while Airbnb room tax collections for the first quarter of FY 2021 rose by 65.2%. 2019 tourism expenditures average $1 billion. Local non-agriculture industries employment peaked at 38,129 in fiscal year 2017. During this time, economic indicators for the territory had improved prior to hurricanes Irma and Maria. The drop in non-agriculture in employment to 13.1% in fiscal year 2018 is due to the loss of employment in leisure and hospitality, retail sector, and other services due to the 27 hurricanes. The employment rose to 6.3% in fiscal year 2020 compared to fiscal year 2019. The first quarter of fiscal year 2021, employment was at 1.1%. It reported 35,983 in comparison to 36,000 first quarter of fiscal year 2020. In terms of the percentages of non-agriculture jobs, the government at this present moment takes up about approximately 37%. We anticipate a drop in the public center percentage rate due to the second quarter of fiscal year 2021 and the closure of activities related to the USVI Census 2020. Leisure and hospitality fell to 16%. They normally average about 18%, and that loss is due to larger accommodation establishments due to the hurricanes Irma and Maria. Construction has risen over the last 3 years to 9%, primarily due to disaster recovery-related construction. This sector normally averages approximately 4%. The unemployment rate has begun an uptick in both districts, partly due to several businesses experiencing financial hardships due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The St. Croix unemployment rate in FY 2020 is 7.4%. St. Thomas St. John unemployment rate is 8.1%. Overall unemployment rate is at 8.4%. Please note that the U.S. mainland, state governments, and international jurisdictions are facing similar socio-economic hardships. For the first quarter of FY 2021, the average employment rate are as follows. St. Thomas St. John district is at 10%, the St. Croix district rate is at 7.9%, and the territorial rate is at 9%. The Bureau of Economic Research, in conjunction with the Office of Management and Budget, launched a selective online survey in January 2021 for the purposes of gathering information the effects the pandemic has had on the territory's businesses. So I'm just going to give you selected some of what the feedback has been from the survey. Which businesses are most impacted? The most impacted are the travel and transportation industry, hotels, restaurants, retail, and tourist attractions. How is the pandemic impacting business operations? About 51% of businesses were strongly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. 33% saw a moderate effect, 14% were slightly affected, and 2% were not impacted. Temporary shutdown, increased administrative bottlenecks, and clients not paying bills significantly impacted those businesses. Are businesses at risk of closing permanently over the coming months? A few businesses were concerned about having to close permanently, as 72% said businesses closures was not imminent. However, 8% of small businesses may be at risk of closing permanently in 3 to 5 months, and 18% are at risk of closure in the next 6 to 12 months. What strategies are businesses taking to cope in the face of the pandemic? Temporary reduction in employment, telework, employee layoffs, and applying for PPP and EIDL loans were the top coping strategies. The Bureau of Economic Research collected data from the Government Employees Retirement System based on the information provided, and many of the beneficiary age ranges between 67 and 75. In some cases, over 81 years of age. A large percentage of these beneficiary residents within the territory. If the retirees' benefits are reduced, there are two socioeconomic scenarios. Retirees may relocate to a lower cost of living area. The reduction of monthly wages may cause the retirees to seek additional assistance from social programs available in the territory or in the United States. Diversity and resilience. In terms of how we can shape the economy, the CBGDR program allows the territory to assist us in funding to reshape the economy. The Bureau of Economic Research and the Office of Management and Budget partnered with the University of the Virgin Islands for the 2020-2025 Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy and the Tourism Master Plan. The Local Economic Development Authority 2040 Vision Plan is to chart a 20-year policy towards social economic development of the territory. The recommended outlook of the studies is to provide development economic policies on enabling legislation to foster the well-being of the territory and its residents. This concludes my presentation, and the Bureau thanks the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for the opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsett, and you're the analyst. Have your agency been appointed a director yet?
We're still waiting on confirmation for a director for the Bureau of Economic Research.
I'm sorry, say that again. You're still waiting on?
We are still waiting. We have not officially seen anything in terms of who the BER director will be.
Okay, thank you. I do believe that we have now the Chief Executive Officer from the Economic Development Authority with us, Mr. Biggs.
Good morning, Senator Gittins, and I apologize for joining you somewhat late. As you are aware, we have 3 governing board meetings that are ongoing today. And as a result, was attending those meetings, trying to do the people's business and get some EDC applications and some other things approved in those meetings. But I am prepared to give testimony. My only caveat will be I will need some assistance from media in regard to the video we sent over when I reached to page 29 of my testimony to assist me with presenting that video, as my staff is tied up in the governing board meetings still.
And I truly appreciate your presence. No apologies needed as you carry on the business of the people. And I am giving the thumbs up that we are prepared with that video that you have, and my staff will actually give them the heads up as to when to play that video. So you may proceed with your testimony. Again, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning, Senator Gittins, members of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, other members of the 34th Legislature, the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority team, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Wayne Biggs Jr., Chief Executive Officer of the USVI EDA. Usually with me, and they may join as on time permits, Tracy Lynch-Bola, Esquire, our General Counsel, Kelly Thompson-Webb, our Interim Chief Financial Officer, Margarita Greenwich Benjamin, our Managing Director of Economic Development, Nadine Marchena Ken, our Managing Director of the Enterprise Zone Commission, Monique T. Samuel, the Interim Director of Lending, Chanel Peterson, the Managing Director of Marketing and 2040 Vision, Wendy Wheeler, Human Resources Manager, Kusa Holloway, Incubator Program Manager, and Joy Penn, Senior Compliance Manager. And they're usually here with me in the event that senators want to ask them a direct question. They may be free to do so and respond accordingly. But again, they're tied up in board meetings at the moment, so I will proceed, and any questions that I may be unable to answer, I'll be happy to provide that information on a separate cover. My team and I are happy to provide a status report on the accomplishments and activities of the USVI EDA for fiscal years 2020 and 2021, and are available to answer inquiries you or your colleagues may have. The USVI EDA organizational structure. The authority is an umbrella entity created to assume, integrate, and unify the functions of its 4 main pillars. The Virgin Islands Economic Development Commission facilitates investment by administering and regulating tax incentives that encourage businesses to start, relocate, and expand to the territory. The Virgin Islands Enterprise Zone Commission uses community development tools to revitalize once vibrant towns and neighborhoods that are now considered distressed. Each year, this division seeks to build a more diverse community to support sustainable economic growth and resiliency. The Economic Development Bank of the United States Virgin Islands provides equity infusion to small businesses, as well as loan guarantees to local commercial banks to reduce risks to the banks. Also housed within the EDB is the Incubator Program, which provides management training and technical assistance to new companies and startups so they can develop into full-fledged businesses. The Virgin Islands Economic Development Park Corporation, a public corporation that acquires and operates industrial parks in the territory, complements EDC activities by offering commercial rental space to investors. This is a self-sustaining pillar of the USVI EDA, supported by rent collections from tenants. These 4 pillars are supported by the USVI EDA's administrative departments, which include administration and finance, legal, human resources, marketing, and the executive offices of the Chief Executive Officer and the Assistant Chief Executive Officer, Chief Operating Officer. The authority is governed under one executive board comprised of 7 members to achieve maximum efficiency and reduce the cost of operations, avoid duplication of services, and implement comprehensive programs for the economic development of the territory. Currently, the board is composed of 6 members with 1 vacant position. And that vacant position is a public sector person from the island of St. Thomas. At present, USVI EDA has a total of 39 team members, 21 in the St. Thomas St. John district and 18 in the St. Croix district. The organizational structure of the authority currently has a leadership team of 3 executive members and 4 senior managers. Currently, as part of a strategic planning process, the authority's management team is reviewing the organizational chart to determine if revisions are necessary to achieve greater alignment with the organization's operations and goals. USVI EDA's COVID-19 response. The authority's credo is one of innovation, adaptability, and efficiency to advance its critical mandate to grow, develop, and diversify the territory's economy, thereby improving the quality of place and the quality of life for residents. This was even more evident during fiscal year 2020, and the momentum has not slowed in fiscal year 2021. The COVID-19 pandemic created a global public health and economic crisis that severely impacted the territory's revenues. USVI EDA received a budget reduction of 15%, or $799,236.45 in fiscal year 2020. Additionally, USVI EDA only received 50%, or $500,000, of the $1 million supplemental appropriation from marketing. Despite these challenges, the USVI EDA continued to serve the local community and pursue new investment by administering all its programs while safeguarding the health and welfare of our team. The authority was proactive in its stance against the serious health and safety risks posed by COVID-19. A voluntary telecommuting platform was implemented prior to the governor's state of emergency declaration, and more technology was incorporated into operations. Despite adjusting to the new normal of working remotely amidst the fiscal challenges faced by the territory and this agency, USVI EDA continues to be fully operational with no service interruptions. And I'd like to thank my team for not having any service interruptions from the time the pandemic was declared until today without the standard persons going on vacation. We are working remotely, but we are providing services to the community. Board meetings occurred as scheduled with no cancellations during fiscal year 2020 when the adjustment period for COVID-19 was at its most challenging. Team members remain accessible to the public. Client stakeholder engagements continue. In fact, USVI EDA services to the business community have been enhanced by the team's innovations, which include weekly webinars, increased local and client-specific outreach activities, and dissemination of business surveys to assess the needs that have risen because of COVID-19. As a result, the authority provided much-needed assistance to the business community and accomplished a significant number of its planned objectives during fiscal year 2020 and ongoing into the first half of fiscal year 2021. These include, but are not limited to, successfully launching Vision 2040, engaging in activities to foster economic diversification and attract new business investment, and continually supporting our small business community. I am excited to describe the following USVI EDA successes and activities and how they will serve to build a more diverse, sustainable, and resilient economy. Vision 2040. In his 2019 State of the Territory address, the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. designated USVI EDA to lead the comprehensive economic development initiative known as the U.S. Virgin Islands Vision 2040, or as we say, Vision 2040. The goal of Vision 2040 was an ambitious one that had not been previously undertaken by any other administration or single agency in our history, to formulate a long-term, multifaceted economic vision for the territory that encapsulates the experiences, concerns, needs, and recommendations of a wide range of stakeholders. Simply put, our target was to capture the voices of as many representative groups within and outside the territory, residents of all ages, from high school students to senior citizens, Virgin Islands who have moved away, our elected officials, representatives from the public, private, and nonprofit sectors, and members of the business community. To accomplish this monumental task, USVI EDA secured grant funding totaling $1,595,000 from the U.S. Economic Development and Administration and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority Community Development Block Grant for Disaster Recovery. Once grant funding was received, Vision 2040's progress was fast-tracked. Camoin Associates, Inc. was selected as the Vision 2040 consultant following a competitive bid selection process. Weekly consultant meetings, a fine-tuned outreach strategy, and a well-mapped out and tight timeline led us to this point, near completion of the first phase of Vision 2040, a transformative 20-year economic development plan and a target competitive industry analysis. This is a accumulation of a marketing campaign and data collection activities that included the following: a public kickoff presentation, 2 video commercials, 180 promotional radio spots, 6 radio interviews, electronic billboard and print advertising, influencer promotion, a social media page and website launch to keep the community connected to the Vision 2040 process, Vision 2040 subscriber list email blast, 5 published news articles, a territory-wide public forum, 4 task force meetings that consisted of representatives from the public, private, and nonprofit sectors, 3 focus group sessions, 5 industry working group meetings in the STEAM sectors, which are services, technology, energy, agriculture, and manufacturing. Over 40 stakeholder interviews, and we actually conducted 60 stakeholder interviews, 3 island-specific town halls, 3 island-specific virtual open houses, a live open house event that was aired on television and radio, as well as live streamed on Zoom and Facebook, 2 town halls for Virgin Islands in the diaspora, a Virgin Islands Association meeting, and we met with the Virgin Islands Association in Washington, D.C., and the distribution of 3 targeted surveys, a community survey for current Virgin Islands residents. The surveys were specific to St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John, a diaspora survey for Virgin Islands who lived abroad, and a survey for the USVI business community. For statistical purposes, survey participation was robust. The community survey garnered over 1,900 total responses from residents, with 1,117 from St. Croix, 201 from St. John, and 601 from St. Thomas. The diaspora survey collected over 700 responses. 51% of these respondents indicated they had left the territory from St. Croix, 44 indicated they had left from St. Thomas, and 5 indicated they had left from St. John. The business survey received over 450 responses, with 37% from St. Croix, 40% from St. Thomas, and 12% from St. John. Each survey gathered information about what is perceived as the territory's strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities. Including the perspectives of each of these groups, current residents, those who have moved away, and the business owners, is vital to developing a comprehensive plan that plots a course to a more prosperous future. As the lead economic development agency in the territory, we recognize that this plan is indeed key to shaping an economic environment that nurtures businesses and supports a community where people want to live and work. I am pleased to announce that the first draft of the plan is currently under review, and we were just reviewing that in the governing board meeting that I left, and is expected to be finalized by the end of February and thereafter released to the public. Research and analysis completed for the plan include an economic-based assessment, an economic development incentives inventory and assessment, an economic SWOT analysis, an innovation and entrepreneurial assessment, a business relocation analysis, targeted industry identification, and 20-year goal targets. In addition to the economic development plan, Vision 2040 has 3 other phases, which include a global marketing campaign, an equity capital formation plan, and an energy sector analysis. Work will commence on these areas shortly and is anticipated that they will be completed this fiscal year. Economic diversification. The financial challenges that resulted from the COVID-19 pandemic prove that economic diversification is key to resiliency. One of Vision 2040's goals is to inform the community about the sectors that have been selected by residents as areas for economic growth. As this long-term strategic planning process progresses and residents determine the future they envision for the territory, USVI EDA continues to seek opportunities for diversification. I will now describe some of the activities that the authority is actively engaged in to diversify the economy. The USVI is surrounded by ocean, an abundant natural resource that can play a major role in its economy. Opportunities for economic development within this vein include sustainable food sources through commercial fisheries, enhancing the marine tourism economy with floating retail establishments and bars and restaurants, ocean energy production, aquaculture, and the marine charter industry. Act 8301 designated the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, in cooperation with the assistance from the Office of Management and Budget's Bureau of Economic Research and the USVI EDA, to create a plan for a sustainable blue economy in the territory. USVI EDA, along with representatives from DPNR, BER, and the Office of the Governor, met with Blue Tide Puerto Rico, which is working on a strategic implementation plan funded by the US EDA on ocean resources in the US Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico region. While the development of the Blue Economy Plan continues, the territory is already poised to seize opportunities arising in our region. USVI EDA has participated in a multi-agency marine workforce group to attract the marine vessels that can no longer enter the British Virgin Islands due to the port's COVID-19 closure to non-BVI vessels. USVI EDA also participated in a yacht show hosted by the Virgin Islands Professional Yacht Association and was featured on a website to attract charters to the territory. Further diversification will abound with the designation of the Virgin Islands South Shore Trade Zone on St. Croix through Act 8376. This fiscal year, USVI EDA will begin drafting rules and regulations for this new incentive program, which stands to usher in increased manufacturing, transshipment, and industrial development opportunities in the territory, and expanding entrepreneurship. In regard to manufacturing, USVI EDA has already been in regular communication with several entities that have expressed interest in locating operations to the territory. In fact, 2 such entities in negotiations with the authority to lease manufacturing space at the William D. Roebuck Industrial Park on St. Croix are a manufacturer of SARS-CoV-2 rapid antigen oral test and a hemp product manufacturer. A third area that can be a boon to the economy is food security. In fiscal year 2020, EZC completed the agro-processing feasibility study utilizing a Department of Interior Technical Assistant Program grant. With the consent of the Department of Interior, Cost savings from the grant were repurposed to host the first annual business conference for farmers and fishers in both the St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John district.
Mr. CEO,
In collaboration,
Mr. CEO, can I hold you there 1 second, please? Those of you joining us, kindly keep your devices on mute. Obviously, someone just joined and we're hearing a little noise in the background. So please put your devices on mute. I apologize, Mr. CEO. Thank you.
no problem. With the consent of the DOI, cost savings from the grant were repurposed to host the first annual business conference for farmers and fishers in both the St. Croix district and the St. Thomas St. John district, in collaboration with the Virgin Islands Departments of Agriculture and Planning and Natural Resources. 180 farmers and fishers across the territory spoke with government officials and industry experts about best practices and the current state of farming and fishing in the region, and voted on crops that should be processed in the food processing plant. The crops that received the highest votes were banana, lemongrass, coconut, and avocado. Subsequently, Act 8385 appropriated $2 million from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Fund to the Enterprise Zone Commission to construct a state-of-the-art certified clean kitchen facility with storage and classroom spaces for teaching and capacity building for Virgin Islands food entrepreneurs. The clean kitchen facility will also be used as a production ground for value-added products that can be exported outside of the territory, thus creating a sustainable export industry that may be ripe for global expansion. The first step to implementing this initiative is to locate space. Team members have visited 2 sites in Frederiksted. 1 site is under consideration, and we are awaiting an estimate on repairs and renovations. Additionally, a grant request will also be submitted for this particular project. Business attraction and investment. The COVID-19 pandemic did not stop USVI EDA's efforts to attract new investment to our shores. As the rest of the world adapted to a new way of doing business, the authority also changed the way it markets the territory as a viable option for potential investors. Through a combination of advertising and sponsorships, social media, participation in virtual events, and the facilitation of COVID-friendly investor site visits, USVI EDA accomplished the following. In fiscal year 2020, the Executive Office and the Marketing Department presented to over 900 family offices at 3 major family office and high net worth conferences in New York, Dallas, and Miami, garnering 174 investor leads. This past September, the USVI EDA and the Department of Tourism participated in the 24th Annual International African American Hotel Ownership and Investment Summit and Trade Show, hosted by the National Association of Black Hotel Owners, Operators, and Developers, which was held virtually. There were approximately 300 conference attendees, and the USVI EDA staff met one-on-one with hoteliers during the week-long event. Additionally, we were also a presenter and sat on a panel on that event. During FY 2020, the marketing team hosted a total of 16 site visits of potential investors in the hospitality, high-value manufacturing, and financial service sectors. So far this year, 1 investor site visit has occurred, and there may be 5 potential site visits in the second quarter of fiscal year 2021 in the areas of designated services, manufacturing, healthcare facilities, housing development, and hospitality. And I can report that currently one of my staff members is with a group that's here now talking about healthcare facilities. So there is one investor group that we're entertaining as we speak. In regard to the USVI EDA's lead generation program, there are currently 35 HOT projects in our database. HOT projects are defined as eligible entities for the VI EDC tax incentive program that are currently in an active dialogue with the USVI EDA team. Their potential investment is known, and they have expressed interest in relocating to the territory in the next 12 months. These HOT projects fall within the following areas: marina management, energy, manufacturing, hospitality, and hotel resort development, designated services, real estate development, agri-tech, and technology security. Throughout fiscal year 2021, USVI EDA will continue to ramp up its marketing efforts and adjust as necessary to COVID-19 protocols in order to maximize on both virtual and live events to increase business attraction. At this time, however, I can report the results of past marketing efforts. In fiscal year 2020, the VI EDC Tax Incentive Program received 11 applications for benefits, which represented a potential future economic impact of a minimum of 298 jobs created or retained and $17 million in annual wages, approximately $32.6 million in capital investment, and over a 5-year period, approximately $33.4 million in tax revenue for the territory. Of the total number of applications received, 4 were new applicants, which by themselves represent the potential of a minimum of 49 jobs, over $1.9 million in annual wages, approximately $27.5 million in investment, and over a 5-year period, $5 million in taxes. Also during fiscal year 2020, 14 certificates of tax incentives were executed. And I'd like to indicate that as we all know, there may be a delay in reference to approval and execution of tax certificates, as the law provides a year's time from approval to actual execution. In the first quarter of fiscal year 2021, 6 applications were received for VI EDC Tax Incentive Program, with 2 of them being new complete applications. Based upon projections of these 2 new applicants, the territory stands to realize potential future economic impact of 11 jobs to be created or retained, $680,000 to be paid in wages, and $200,000 to be made in capital investment. Projected total taxes over a 5-year period is approximately $2.1 million. Also within this quarter, 2 tax incentive certificates were executed. Based upon the commitments made by the beneficiaries of these 2 executed certificates, the territory will realize new and continued employment at a minimum of 242 full-time employees, approximately $58.2 million in capital investment, and $135,000 in charitable contributions annually. It is also estimated that the territory will potentially generate direct taxes over a 5-year period of approximately $1.3 million should the business operation materialize as projected. I can also report that at present, the total number of EDC beneficiaries is at 69. And I'd also like to indicate these statistics were as of December 31st, 2020. And today we are also in the process of approving 2 new EDC applicants. In addition to the VI EDC applications, the USVI EDA also received 1 application for the Sustainable Tourism through Arts-Based Revenue Stream Program, known as STARS, and 1 application for the Hotel Development Program, known as HDA, for the fiscal year. It should be noted that USVI EDA's legal department, executive officer, and EDC staff drafted the rules and regulations for HDA and tax increment finance, known as TIF. These documents were circulated for public comment, approved by the USVI governing board, and transmitted to the governor. I'm also pleased to report that the application process for the authority's tax incentive programs have been made more convenient for potential investors with the launch of the VI EDC online application in fiscal year 2020. The online system allows EDC staff and applicants to track the status of a prospective business investor's application and submit supporting documents electronically. Investors can also save and complete their application over time on the system. EDC application fees can also be paid online. And again today, those 2 applicants that we're reviewing for approval today, those were the first 2 applicants that were done through the online application system. Small business support and community engagement. Included within USVI EDA's mandate is to support our territory's small businesses, which are the backbone of the economy. With the onset of the COVID-19 impact in the middle of fiscal year 2020, it became even more apparent how vitally important USVI EDA support is to the small business community. Therefore, the authority sought new ways to support small businesses. One of the USVI EDA's first responses to COVID-19 was when the incubator program conducted 2 surveys to assess the ongoing impact of the pandemic on the local small business community. The survey started on March 24, 2020 and ended on April 5, 2020 and garnered participation from 342 small business owners, with 185 based in St. Thomas, 106 based in St. Croix, and 51 based in St. John. The second survey, which started on June 11, 2020 and ended on July 3, 2020, collected responses from 274 small business owners, with 128 based in St. Thomas, 104 based in St. Croix, and 42 based in St. John. Participants were further categorized in the following business industry groups: accommodations and food service, retail, arts, entertainment and recreation, and professional and technical service. Survey results indicate that almost all residents were impacted by COVID-19. The areas of most concern for business owners were the financial impact on operations and liquidity, a decrease in consumer spending, a global recession, and a reduction in workforce. As demonstrated by the survey responses, financing assistance is critical to the success of a small business. In fiscal year 2020, the Economic Development Bank approved 7 new loans totaling $1.3 million, which represented the potential of creating 27 new jobs and retaining 10. In comparison, the amount of approved loans so far in just 1 quarter of this fiscal year has already outdistanced fiscal year 2020's numbers. During the first quarter of fiscal year 2021, the Economic Development Bank has approved 8 new loans totaling $1.5 million, which can potentially create 90 new jobs and retain 53. Moreover, in the second quarter of fiscal year 2021, EDA has 15 pending loans under review in the pipeline, totaling over $1.6 million. USVI EDA also successfully reactivated EDB's United States Small Business Administration, or SBA, preferred lender status, which enables EDB to offer the full range of SBA loan products, including the Paycheck Protection Program. USVI EDA collaborated with the Small Business Development Center, SBDC, and SBA to actively promote PPP to small businesses as early as March 2020. It should be noted that EDB continued to facilitate PPP loans after most of the other financial institutions in the territory had ended their participation, which allowed our small businesses extra time to access this much-needed capital. As a result, EDB facilitated 69 PPP loans throughout the territory, valued at $545,810 to qualified small businesses before SBA's deadline of August 8, 2020. A breakdown of loan made with the total value by island are as follows: St. Croix, 30 loans, $251,846. St. John, 8 loans, $51,240. St. Thomas, 31 loans, $242,724. The EDB continues to receive inquiries from the business community regarding requests for PPP loans or other COVID-related financial relief programs. The USVI EDA looks forward to working with local and federal partners, including this august body, to provide local businesses with access to resources for their continued viability. And I'd like to indicate that as part of the assistance to small businesses during the COVID-19, our governing board reduced the interest rate on loans. They provided an administrative moratorium for all borrowers so they could keep workers on board and continue to make additional payments that they were not getting moratoriums from. And also, where it was not statutory required but required by policy, they waived the need for the declination letter from a commercial institution for eligibility into our loan program. So we continue to support the clients as best we could during that period. In addition to financing, small businesses need other critical resources, and they need to know where to find them. To meet this demand, the marketing department launched weekly virtual small business resource webinars in conjunction with other USVI EDA departments and divisions, local and federal sister government agencies, nonprofit organizations, and private partners to inform the community about COVID-19, small business assistance, financing options, and best practices that reach an average of 100 participants weekly. Some of the topics covered in the webinars include USVI EDA resources for businesses during COVID-19 and beyond, small business administration resources such as the Paycheck Protection Program and the Economic Injury Disaster Loan known as EIDL, services offered by the Export-Import Bank of the United States known as EXIM, the state of internet connectivity, where we had internet providers online to talk about boosting connectivity in this virtual world and how you can maintain connectivity, millennials in business, small business at work ADA toolkit, and neighborhood revitalization and youth entrepreneurship. On October 19, 2020, USVI EDA, in partnership with the VI Small Business Development Center, University of the Virgin Islands Center for Excellence in Leadership and Learning, UVI-CEL, and the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs launched Startup Space, an app that hosts territory-wide small business resources in one convenient location. A series of week-long events were executed to introduce the platform to the territory's small businesses and startups. During that week, there were over 200 virtual attendees and one-on-ones with small business owners and representatives from the EDB, DLCA, and SBDC. USVI EDA will manage the site and work with private and public partners to update information. The app will eventually include a portal for realtor and site selection information to assist businesses relocating or expanding to the territory. Networking and mentorship opportunities will also be available in the future. USVI EDA has seen an approximate increase of 28% in traffic to its website and social media pages. Starting this month, USVI EDA will offer free online courses and entrepreneurship training to the public. A 4-month e-marketing course in collaboration with the Industrial Economic Development Council, IEDC, of which we are a member, and the IEDC is the governing entity for economic development organizations, begins this evening at 5:30 p.m. The incubator program, in partnership with STF Consultants, will offer 2 entrepreneurship training sessions. The first, a USVI Apparel Forum, will take place on February 10th, 2021, and the second, a Cost Pricing Forum, will take place on February 24th, 2021. Both entrepreneurship training sessions begin at 5 p.m. With the continuation of the weekly webinars, free trainings and course offerings, and the launch of Startup Space, there is the potential for increased interest for investment in the territory, greater and easier access to much-needed resources for local small businesses, and an enhanced campaign to educate the community about USVI EDA's programs and services. Growth is also key to the business survival. Through its programs and services, the authority has provided several avenues for businesses to either launch or take their operations to the next level. In fiscal year 2020, our marketing division and the incubator program facilitated the Caribbean Innovation Challenge, a collaborative initiative with Mercy Corps, Micromenta, and Bacardi Limited. All participants were granted access to free mentoring to assist their businesses. 25 local business participants received $68,000 in grants. In December, the Enterprise Zone Commission, in partnership with the Virgin Islands Council on the Arts, launched the first ever Made in the U.S. Virgin Islands pop-up shop in St. Croix, and for a 3rd consecutive year, reopened the St. Thomas location. Each store opened for 9 days and featured products from 42 local small manufacturers who earned over $45,000 in sales, with over $15,800 earned in St. Croix and over $30,000 earned in St. Thomas. By contrast, Last year, sales in the sole location on St. Thomas over a much longer period of 5 weeks was $10,000. This is a significant increase of over 4.5 times the total revenues earned, and in St. Thomas alone, over 3 times more than what was earned last year. This clearly demonstrates a rise in demand, and pop-up shop openings are scheduled in March on St. Croix, in April on St. Thomas, and for the first time in July on St. John. The Made in the U.S. Virgin Islands pop-up shops provide a very timely and critical opportunity, since most of these companies did not have regular outlets to sell their products last year due to COVID-19. These micro companies have amongst them an artisan who had just started their own business 6 months before, another who had lost their job due to the pandemic and turned to a hobby as a means of survival, and several seasoned entrepreneurs who had to reinvent and re-innovate to bring a much-needed revenue stream. The pop-up shops demonstrated how challenging it can be for supply to meet demand. Therefore, the Enterprise Zone Commission will continue to work with these vendors through its Accelerator program so they can increase and improve production capacity and expand their client base. Workshops for these clients have already begun. We have had working sessions with the Export-Import Bank of the United States and the State Trade Expansion Program, known as STEP. And I'd like to indicate that in addition to the Accelerator program, which is done under the Enterprise Zone Commission, they also work closely with the Incubator program, which is done under the Economic Development Bank. I'm happy to announce that at this very moment, the Made in the USVI website is being launched. Made possible through a grant funding from STEP, the Enterprise Zone Commission has expanded upon the Made in the USVI pop-up shops to offer a website featuring our local small manufacturers, which will provide them an avenue to export their goods throughout the world. The website will initially feature 9 companies with products in the areas of art, jewelry and apparel, spa, home, and gift. I encourage the members of this body and the listening and viewing audience to support our local manufacturers by visiting the website at www.madeintheusvi.com. Again, that's www.madeintheusvi.com. Finally, and equally as critical to supporting the small business community as all other factors previously discussed in the preparation and nurturing of the next generation of entrepreneurs. USVI EDA has made a special focus through its entrepreneur program, which was created in 2016 through a partnership between ECC, the Public Defender's Office, and the nonprofit organization Youth Arise. The 6-week summer program aims to address the issues of delinquency affecting young men between the ages of 15 and 19 in the territory and foster a spirit of entrepreneurship. However, the COVID-19 pandemic caused us to change the length and delivery of the program in August of 2020. Entrepreneur was held virtually for 1 week, owed in large part to strong collaboration with Omni Systems, a long-term supporter of the program. To be more impactful, this year's cohort consisted of entrepreneur graduates to reinforce the lessons that were taught to them in prior years and monitor their academic and professional progress. Though formal instruction has ended, the participants recently filmed a commercial as part of a final project that will provide them with practical business experience and compensation. This project incorporated yet another Virgin Islander, John Whitley, the filmmaker instructor, and exposed them to everything from pre-production to editing. I'm also excited to share that one of last year's program highlights was realized mainly through the efforts of Vivid Streaming president and entrepreneur mentor Rashidi Clemens, who arranged for the participants to virtually meet a special guest speaker, Tim Duncan, on the last day of instruction. On behalf of the USVI EDA EZC team and the Gentleman of Entrepreneur, I would like to extend a big thank you to the entire Omni Systems team, as well as Mr. Whitley, Mr. Clemens, and Mr. Duncan. At this time, I would like to pause for a brief video presentation of the past year's highlights. Mr. Chair and Media.
Thank you. We'll await media. The committee will take a 3-minute recess. 3-minute recess. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, Tuesday, February 9th, 2021, is back on record. We're having some difficulty with the presentation, Mr. CEO, but what we could do is we could work this out later on where you can get us a video that we can play, and we could always play it on legit TV with an interview from you at that time. So we'll have that set up at a later date. In the meantime, you can proceed from where you are, and colleagues, we're at the bottom of page 29 of the testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fiscal year 2021 planned activities. The authority recognizes that to achieve results, it must continue to be innovative, adaptable, and efficient, particularly at this challenging time in history when the global economy and societal norms are undergoing rapid change. It is imperative that a deliberate strategy be executed to maximize upon a leaner budget, leverage new and existing partnerships and programs, and utilize the full talents of the USVI EDA's dynamic team. Hence, USVI EDA will undertake the following initiatives this fiscal year to help build a more resilient and sustainable economy. 1. Employ an innovative marketing strategy to attract new investment to our shores and inject revenues into the economy by capitalizing on the EDC tax incentive program, as well as other economic development tools such as TIF, HDA, STARS, Qualified Opportunity Zones Program, and the Virgin Islands South Shore Trade Zone. Targeted industries will include ultra-high net worth companies and individuals, pharmaceuticals, high-value manufacturing, hotel resorts, and financial services. 2. Review EDC statutes for potential reform so that this tax incentive program is more aligned with today's business environment. Some recommendations have previously been shared with the 33rd Legislature, and the authority looks forward to working with this body, the 34th Legislature, regarding those and others in the future. 3. Continue bringing all EDC beneficiaries to a 3-year compliance review cycle. 4. Provide the small business community with access to financial and technical resources they need to overcome the COVID-19 challenges, support entrepreneurship, and encourage innovation. 5. Facilitate MBA-style case studies of USVI EDA small business clients for the UVI's entrepreneurship program with SFT consultants. The selected clients will represent the St. Croix District and the St. Thomas St. John District. SFT will perform a financial analysis on each business and assess how it can expand or improve profitability. Depending on enrollment, case studies will begin in fall 2021 semester. 6. Increase access to capital for small businesses by partnering with local financial institutions to reinvigorate the state's Small Business Credit Initiative, SSBCI Loan Guarantee Program, and propose legislation to consolidate local revolving funds. 7. Apply for funding through the U.S. Department of Agriculture Rural Development Grant Program for a food incubator feasibility study. 8. Identify locations for processing plant in both Frederiksted and the Savannah Downstreet Enterprise Zones and provide technical assistance to farmers through the agronomist. 9. Complete an art feasibility study. The community plans for the towns of Christiansted and the Garden Street Upstreet neighborhoods both indicate an arts-related theme as one of their anchors. The study will examine specific projects in these communities to determine if the ideas are feasible, self-sustaining, and have strong potential to revitalize the zones. Thereafter, grant funding will be pursued to assist in executing the recommended actions. 10. Create a multi-ownership abandoned property solution in fulfillment of the Department of Interior TAP grant. 11. Continue discussion with Exim Bank regarding EDB access to its working capital loan, guarantee, and trade credit insurance programs. 12. continue a targeted local public relations campaign that will build community awareness about USVI EDA's programs and services through webinars, advertisements, podcasts, and informational sessions. 13, continue repairs and infrastructural improvements to all EDPC properties once access to FEMA funding is obtained. 14, increase overall EDPC tenant occupancy to 100%. 15, complete all phases of the Vision 2040 master plan with a view towards implementation. 16, create a new strategic plan for the authority that addresses challenges and opportunities in changing global economies. USVI EDA is cognizant that it must fulfill a very critical mandate at a time when the territory's revenues have been severely impacted by the COVID-19 crisis and the world must adjust to the new normal. The authority will continue to be innovative and collaborative as we aggressively seek to expand and support this economy. There will be a heavy reliance on technology, more selectivity in planned or sponsored events, and ongoing evaluation to determine if strategic realignment is needed. Prudence will continue to be exercised as the authority makes the most of its limited resources. Indeed, the authority has done an excellent job of responsibly managing the government's financial resources, as evidence earning the distinction of an 11th consecutive unqualified audit opinion after the completion of its fiscal year 2019 independent financial audit. The Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority could not boast all of these successes without the contributions of a talented, committed, and resourceful team of individuals. I would like to thank the USVI EDA Governing Board for their leadership and the entire USVI EDA team for their hard work and dedication. USVI EDA also appreciates the continued support of this august body, and I would like to say the supports of the previous legislators, particularly the 33rd legislatures that provide funding for several of the things we want to accomplish this year, and the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and his administration. I look forward to continued collaboration in the future. Thank you. My team and I await your questions.
Thank you, Mr. CEO, for your testimony. At this time, I'd like to recognize the presence of non-committee member, our finance chair, Senator Curt Vielle. Thank you for joining us. Colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, we've heard testimony from the Department of Tourism, the Bureau of Economic Research, and from the Economic Development Authority. What we'll do is just make sure that everyone is able to stretch their legs. We'll break for 4 minutes, and then we'll come back to a 7-minute round and proceed. At this time, we'll break for 4 minutes. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, Tuesday, February 9th, 2021 is back on record. At this time, I did say we will go into a 7-minute round. However, we do have the video that will be controlled by the Economic Development Authority on their end, and so we'll play that short presentation, and then we will proceed to the line of questioning. EDA, you may proceed. Mr. CEO and colleagues, in the essence of time, again, this is our second attempt for this, and it's not coming through, so we'll work out those kinks and play that at a later date. At this time, we want to go into the round of questioning. You know, colleagues, obviously, we've realized that the pandemic has re-emphasized our need for economic diversification, and the conversation today was pretty much informative, and it's now time to engage with the Department of Tourism, the Bureau of Economic Research, and the Economic Development Authority. You have not forgotten that on St. Thomas we do have a committee member, Senator Francis Heiliger, on that end as well. So what I'll do is we'll start the 7-minute round. And as I want to start the 7-minute round, of course, I can't find my list here as to the senators present, but what we can do is we will start with Senator DeGraff. Are you ready to go first? All right, we'll start with Senator DeGraff, 7 minutes, followed by Senator Francis Heiliger and St. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. To EDA and that testimony. Thank you to you and your team for all you do, tourism, BR, everybody, because again, we're still under this COVID-19. In the testimony for tourism, right above sales, you mentioned the territory has also implemented a target-specific marketing plan to highlight territory as open for business. Following the 2017 hurricanes, we are using the CDBG DR Grant Award to support this initiative. How much money are we talking about from the CDBG grant for that initiative? Commissioner of Tourism.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator DeGraff. Thank you for the question.
Okay.
The Department of Tourism was awarded $10 million under the CDBG DR Grant Award program. We received $5 million in the first tranche. We took the project out for bid through the Department of Property and Procurement, and the winning bidder was Miles Partnership, and they came in with a bid of a little over $2 million, somewhere around $2.2 million is the size of the contract.
Okay, so you say it was $5 million, so we have an extra $5 million, if I'm understanding?
No, we have a little under $3 million left in the first tranche, and we have an additional $5 million in the second tranche.
Okay, so we still have a total of $8 million toward that. Because I noticed that you put in your further above conclusions and budget constraints and challenges, the USVI is at significant disadvantage over closest competitors with regards to the budget that we have for marketing. Our neighbors in Puerto Rico, for example, have a double the marketing budget that we do. So does this additional $8 million basically negate that statement, or is it for a separate issue?
It's related but separate. Those monies are specific for Hurricane Irma and Maria recovery, for the territory being open for U.S., the territory being open for business. So those funds are not available to us to use for broad marketing efforts. So we have to be really specific with it because it is federally funded. The Department of HUD and HFA oversee the project. So it is helpful. We do expect to use the second set of funds in the first tranche as well as those in the second tranche to market the territory. However, we don't have full flexibility to market it. We have to stay towards the mission of how the grants were done. With regards to our marketing funds, our tourism advertising budget was cut from last fiscal year at $26 million to $13 million this year. So, we're managing with it with the reduction as identified with the expectation that we were going to be off significantly in revenues that were going into the tourism advertising fund. But in a nutshell, Puerto Rico averages around $35 million plus a year in marketing for their efforts. So just to give you some context.
Yeah, I just don't think we compare ourselves to Puerto Rico in terms of budgetary issues for anything, really. COVID-19 is still amongst us, and we are talking about hurricane seasons coming on the way. And what have we done different for when we decide to open our shores based on the COVID-19 parameters? What are we doing different in-house, in the territory itself? We advertising big. People are coming to the territory when the airports, I see the airports full of people coming out. What are we doing different in-house, in the territory to get ready for tourism?
Yes, Senator, thank you. What we have done is the marketing for tourism and hospitality has shifted a lot because of the results of the pandemic. So most people have been home for the last almost a year. And what we've seen is what has been more efficient in terms of marketing has been digital and streaming marketing on those platforms, as well as social media have been very effective, i.e. Facebook and Instagram as two examples. In the past, more traditional marketing have been focused on broadcasts as well as print media. And what we found is for us, especially, we're walking a tight line in terms of marketing because people are still dying from COVID-19. We're very empathetic to that fact. However, we do recognize that we, like the world, needs our economy to move so we can continue to survive and have a high quality of life. In that breadth, what we have been doing is making sure that we stay top of mind. We've been very tactful in using our industry relationships with the airlines, as well as the travel industry specialists in order to get our messaging out that the USVI is the perfect place to reconnect, as well as a perfect place to let go some of that pent-up feeling you've had being quarantined for those months. So we've been very effective in terms of using those social media and internet channels and digital streaming platforms to get our messaging across, and that's very different. We also don't believe that is going to change for the foreseeable future. We believe people are going to continue to work from home. To some extent, there's going to be a lot of digital streaming replacing many of the traditional cable or local TV platforms, and we believe that we're well positioned to use our marketing efforts to continue to have us be positioned at the top of the region.
Okay, thank you. I don't think it really answered my question because I want to know what's being taken place in the territory. Are we fixing roads? Are we creating? But again, let me wrap up with one final question for tourism. Basically, I was told that people are coming to the territory who have taken the coronavirus test and they have it on their phone, I guess a QR code, to verify that they have taken the test. Do we have devices here that we can scan that QR code on their phones to verify that they have taken the test?
Yes, we are in the process of working with the National Guard to implement a scanning process at the airports, both St. Thomas and St. Croix, which will allow the QR code to be scanned and the information uploaded to the Department of Health and included on the travel portal upload will be a copy of the negative test that is required to come into the territory.
So it's not in place yet?
It's not in place to scan it, but it is in place to upload the information for you to come into the territory.
Okay, I think the beeper, my time was called, I didn't hear. It was, thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff, for your line of questioning. Senator Francis Heiliger and St. Thomas, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. Everyone.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner Biggs, good afternoon. I have several questions I want to ask. First of all, the ads that you ran earlier, could you give me an example? Are those ads pre-COVID created or post-COVID created?
No, the presentation, Biggs or Bosholti?
Oh, Bosholti.
Thank you.
Tourism.
Hi, thank you, Senator Francis. Those were done post or during the pandemic. Okay.
I have a question because I want to touch a little bit on safety, but I want to finish up my question when it comes to marketing. How much money have you invested into digital marketing? Because you're sharing with us, because apparently that seems to be bringing about the most results thus far.
Yeah, let me ask, if I may, Senator, ask Alani Henneman-Tadman, who's our Assistant Commissioner for Marketing. She may have the specifics on what we've spent on the programs we've done so far.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thus far, the department has had 2 programs running, one with Pandora and one with Refinery 29. Both campaigns in the market are just roughly under 500K. And those were actually in place just before the pandemic hit, and then we had to pull them. So we were able, after we began marketing again, to renegotiate with both partners and actually get more deliverables because of the economic situation.
Have you guys done any research as to the rate of return when it comes to these digital marketing ads? Because looking throughout the testimony, I'm seeing words like significant and positive, but I'm not really getting data as to the rate of return. What are you getting?
Yes. So both campaigns exceeded, and they're very detailed. We'd be happy to share the actual breakdown from the both programs, but anything that we do within the market is always quantified and qualitative. So in order for us to engage in a promotion, we have to have a minimum return on investment that is positive for the territory, and both exceeded the threshold marks.
Okay.
So I will make sure that we share those reports with you.
Well, through the chair, I would like to get that data. As it relates to geomarketing, how do you focus on that? Tell us a little bit about, do you even do geomarketing?
Yes, we do. So we work with our partners, the airline partners, our travel agents. The airlines are the best, and now that we have the travel screening portal, it's actually a great tool for us to geomarket, because now we have a direct line to where our travelers are coming from. Before the travel screening portal, though, we used to reach out to our airline partners who would give us a breakdown of the feeder cities and explain to us, for example, a Miami flight may come in full, but it's being loaded through Minneapolis and all the connecting places. And they give us a very detailed breakdown that allows us to geo-target. That is the great opportunity that you're giving in the social and digital market, because it allows you to be flexible. So, for example, if we know there's snow in Minneapolis this week, we can geo-target specifically to them with our social and digital campaigns.
I want to talk a little bit about safety with the tourists coming in through the airports. One of the things that we talked about had to do with testing for the COVID, et cetera. But I keep noting that, for example, in the later part of the evenings, give me an explanation as to how it's done after hours. Because, for example, a late night flight might come in around 10, but nobody's there. How do you protect the community from COVID-19 when after hours people have already left? Who are there responsible to do the testing, make sure all of this stuff is done? Tell me a little bit about the National Guard and them being there, or do they stay there until the last flight comes in?
Commissioner, you want me to address, or you'll take this
please.
one?
You can go ahead.
Okay, so the process on the airport begins even before the consumer reaches or the traveler reaches. The travel screening portal has people there 24 hours reviewing our entries into the territory. So even if you upload at 1 o'clock in the morning with a 6 o'clock flight into the territory, in order to receive that green QR code, you will upload the information and your test will be vetted. Now, we are one of the few destinations that actually vet the test. And what that means is that someone on our team who is HIPAA certified goes and looks at that COVID test, checks it for all the legalities. They need the name, the date of birth. They go as far as to even look to see if the test has the approved fonts that the labs use. And if we have a question, then we share that information directly to somebody with the Department of Health before they are cleared. Department of Health and the Department of Tourism have worked seamlessly to ensure that that whole process of the screening and the approval is done in real time for travelers coming in. Once on the ground now, the National Guard, along with Port Authority and all our partners on the ground, make sure that if there's a flight on the ground, then the screeners are there to meet the flight. So the National Guard now asks for your travel screening portal and ID and the COVID test.
So even if it's late night, somebody is always there. That's what you're saying?
Port Authority has to have people on the ground to meet the flight. That is based on their regulations as the airport, correct?
Okay. Another question. we spoke a little bit about the yachting industry, the marine industry, et cetera, and we have seen an influx of this because of the pandemic, which is a plus for us. But what are we doing in regards to making sure, dealing with our harbors, dealing with waste management, dealing with the protection of our reefs, et cetera? How do we tie that in as a tourism destination with all of these influx of yachts coming into the territory again?
Hi, morning, Senator. The Department of Tourism works closely with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, as well as the Department of Health, along with the Governor's Office, to ensure that we are stewards of our environment. We also are constantly having conversations with the associations that represent many of these yachts and boats through the Virgin Islands Yachting VIPCA Association, Charter Yacht Association, to ensure that they are following all our health protocols first and foremost, and then secondly, ensuring that they understand all of the rules necessary to moor and sail in our U.S. Virgin Island waters.
Thank you for the time, guys.
You're welcome. Mr. Chair, if I could just give her, Senator Francis some specifics on the question with the data, with the marketing programs we had in market.
Sure, you may.
Right, very quickly.
Yes,
yeah, Condé Nast Traveler, a leading travel publication, we had an investment of $300,000, and it delivered 9.5 million impressions and 15,000 clicks from digital content. Refinery 29, which is a leading lifestyle website, the successful influencing marketing campaign set to generate 15.2 million impressions against media spend of approximately 380,000. And Pandora is a leading music and podcast discovery platform with 70 million users each month. The territory has relaunched a multi-tier campaign which generated 19.5 million impressions against media spending of approximately 200,000. We continue to work with these platforms as we move into calendar year 2021. Thank you.
Thank you for the additional data. One last question, Mr. Chair, since he shared that with me.
Sure, you
What
may.
does that mean? What does that mean for us economically? You know, I totally understand the match between what you invest and the return for views, but what have you seen economically for us as a territory?
Thank you for the question. Well, I think Mr. Dorset could quantify it. What we can see from a data standpoint is we've seen a significant increase in airlift to the territory. The flights are coming in full, and you know what it should translate to is less unemployment because the hotels and the restaurants are up and running, as well as increased cash flow of the multiplier effect because people are spending in the territory, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. But that's more of an economist question. I'm sure Mr. Dorset might be able to give more specifics on it.
Thank you.
Good day, Senator Francis Heiliger, Donnie Dorset. What we've seen happen in the last quarter since we've reopened the territories is that the air visitor arrivals information has dramatically decreased over time. For example, for this quarter here, for FY 2021, it's dropped by 15.1%. The previous quarter, it was 36.8%. As we projected out major carriers into April, we've seen a 7.8% increase in direct seats. We are seeing an uptick with individuals coming to various restaurants and various locations and visiting the island, but primarily, at least for the data standpoint, we've seen an uptick in air visitor arrivals and we've seen an uptick in guest registrations to the accommodation establishments.
Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes, followed by Senate President Fred Gregory.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to thank the testifiers, Commissioner Bushalty, Donnie Dorset, the Senior Policy Analyst, and also the CEO of the VIEDA, CEO Biggs, for your testimony today. I wanted to go back to the basis for your presence here today, which is really to speak to economic development in the territory. And you started out, Commissioner Boshelty, where you made reference to that you were pleased to provide testimony on the status of the territory's economy. From that backdrop, I wanted to ask you, based on the numbers that you're reviewing, what do you believe is the financial benefit to the Virgin Islands consequential to our air rivals and all that the Department of Tourism is doing right now? When you speak to the governor and in your reporting, how do you quantify that in terms of the financial benefits to the Virgin Islands?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think right now what we look at is more about actual heads coming into beds in the territory. And of course, our number one barometer for that is the Tourism Advertising Fund. And as Mr. Dorsett presented in his data, we have begun to see an increase or less of a decrease in the pandemic as a direct result of now that we're back open fully, back moving in the right direction in terms of airlift into the territory. The way we quantify it is how many people actually are coming in and what we see from a directly to tourism in terms of our Tourism Advertising Fund. We don't have the information directly on hand with regards to the actual tax collections that may come in from the grocery receipts, for example, or what may come in outside of our specific uses in tourism. What I can tell you anecdotally, as well as supported by data, as well as expected airlift into the territory, our signs are pointing that the economy is in a much better place today than could have been expected, particularly in the heart of the pandemic.
So let me interrupt you there, because I think it's critical for us to be able to quantify these arrivals and to put that into dollars and cents, right? You know, I truly believe that, yes, we could say that we have a lot of arrivals, but are they passed through? Do you see that the flights that's coming into the St. Thomas district is just individuals that then come in and get on a boat and go elsewhere? How do we quantify the fact that those individuals that come to the territory is spending dollars within the territory? And how much is that dollars?
Well, that's really a BR question. What I can tell you is, for example, Saturday, the territory, St. Thomas Airport received 22 flights with over 2,200 passengers. I can tell you from our information that the traditional hotels are doing very well, particularly the branded ones in terms of occupancy. I can tell you the Airbnb sector is booming and the villa sector is booming in St. Thomas and St. John. And that traffic, normally a portion of it goes to the BVI. Right now, all of it is staying in St. Thomas and St. John because the BVI, for all intents and purposes, is closed to traffic coming in via ferry. So that
Commissioner,
is staying here in the territory.
So, Commissioner, then do you see, Commissioner, 1 second. So, do you see the need for you as the commissioner, your team, to really then look at dollars and cents in respect to that? The amount of passengers that's arriving, how does that translate into the millions of dollars that we're receiving into the economy based on whether it's head tax or based on restaurants expenditures? How do you then, I mean, when you go and lobby for additional money or for additional personnel, do you have an opportunity then to qualify that based on money? Yes or no?
Yes, so we work with the BER because they're the ones that ultimately have the information that is official on behalf of the territory. That is their task.
So I think it's critical that if we're going to have, when you come to this committee, economic development, I would prefer to hear dollars and cents in respect to that you collaborate with BIR or whoever, so that you could translate that into to dollars and cents. Just a point of information moving forward in that respect. What about surveys? Are there any surveys that's being done to determine, what our passengers look like? What are those individuals that come in for the purpose of taking jobs, for the purpose of spending dollars? Are they remaining here? Are they leaving? How are you then drilling down on the demographics of the passengers coming to the territory?
That's for me, Senator, or BR?
Well, I want to start with you as the Commissioner of Tourism, and then I'll go to BR in terms of the stats that they're collected.
Okay. From a tourism standpoint, yes, we are very, we do take assessment of who travels in. I can tell you based on our data, what we've found is Normally, this time of the year, we have many guests that are 65 and over. We've seen a significant reduction in that particular age group, and we've seen a significant age group increase in the 25 to 34 age group in traveling to us, which is a sign of clearly the pandemic has impacted the older traveler from traveling. We also recognize that the majority of traffic coming to us, particularly in St. Thomas and St. John, are leisure guests, and that is determined by information we gather from our hotel partners, as well as information that we get through Airbnb. St. Croix is a little different. What we're finding that most of the traffic coming into St. Croix, again, is on the younger end. The 65 plus is not traveling, group is not traveling to St. Croix either. And the younger demographics are really comprising those who are traveling to the territory right now in the middle of the pandemic.
Okay, real quickly, because my time is running, I have a number of additional questions. In regards to the Airbnb, do you have a good perspective of how many individuals are actually coming in and occupying those Airbnb?
Yes, we actually have we're able to take a snapshot of those who are coming in on the Airbnb side through the portal registration. And what we're finding is the reason why we are able to accommodate as many guests that are coming in right now is because of the Airbnb market. Because right now, the Marriott is closed, Sugar Bay is closed, Canal Bay is closed. You know, that represents almost 1,000 rooms that we don't have. But yet our airlift is where we were before the major hurricanes. And that is a direct reflection of our Airbnb and shared economy market. Similarly, on St. Croix, two major hotels are not up and running in terms of the Renaissance, Carambola, and the DV, but yet our airlift is past where we were in 2017, again, as a direct result of people staying in the shared economy sector.
Very well, thank you. My time has been called, Mr. Chair. Can I just, one follow-up? Okay, to CEO Biggs, thank you very much, Commissioner Beshelty. I'll give you a call because I have some additional information in regards to tourism questions. But Commissioner, CEO Biggs, in regards to Vision 2040, can you speak to what is the collaboration that's occurring with what I consider the economic drivers of the territory, be it Viper, Wyco, the RT Park? What is the collaboration and how is there, can you just speak to the comprehensive economic strategy that's being developed for the Virgin Islands in regards to 2040 and the engagement of these other stakeholders?
Yeah, as part of the process in reference to Vision 2040, I mean, we've had many of these individuals on our task force. They've been in our focus groups. So we've looked at plans, for instance, that the VI Port Authority have. We've worked closely with the university as they create the SEDS plan and the tourism master plan. So what we did as part of our outreach is we tried to gather all the plans we could find and look at those plans and incorporate those plans. But again, we're also talking with those individuals in focus groups, seeing what they have coming up. For this plan to work, it has to work sort of seamless. And we look at Vision 20 as the overarching plan and the shorter plans as really the working plans of how we get to Vision 20. So there's been a lot of collaboration. There's been a lot of input from individuals in all sectors. And we continue to work that way. For it to be comprehensive and for it to work, there needs to be that type of collaboration. That's how we started out. That was definitely what we wanted to do to move the plan forward, and that's what we did. We worked with Danny. We worked with Commissioner Beshelty. You know, so we've had lots of interviews all over the private sector, the public sector. We also worked and had a session with this legislative body at one point to see their input and their views also. So we've continued to really make it a comprehensive community-based plan, looking at all plans that are out there and involving everyone who does economic development to move this forward.
Very well. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time. And obviously, I believe that, yes, when we look out in our harbors, we've seen a lot of yachts. And we do have an increase in the yachting industry. And I would just like to determine how are they contributing to the economy of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Obviously, tourism remains critical here, but we can't be so solely reliant on the cruise industry either, as we're seeing through these discussions. We need to look at continued efforts to expand our economic horizons in terms of agriculture, technology, and light manufacturing and other endeavors, obviously. And I anticipate that our next committee hearing will dive into some agricultural talks as well. Next, we'll hear from Madam President Fred Gregory, followed by Senator James Jr. I'm sorry, Senior, right in front of me, and I'm saying Junior.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to the people of the United States Virgin Islands. I'm going to cut straight to the chase. Commissioner Bushelta, what is the status of the negotiations, or if there are negotiations with regards to the golf course in St. Thomas? You know, we continue to talk about economic development and us making sure that we stay focused on ensuring that we continue on with the economy that we're seeing now. But it is important that we remain competitive. The situation with the golf course in St. Thomas is something that needs to be addressed. I know that there's been discussions, but we're not hearing anything. And it's important that we understand that in order for tourists to really flock back to the Virgin Islands, so you're looking for a certain level of tourists as well, having a golf course in the St. Thomas, St. John district is critical to the tourism industry there. So I need to get a follow-up from you as it relates to what's going on with the golf course there.
Thank you, Senator. I have not been directly involved in the negotiations for the sale of Mahogany Run. However, I do know that there appears to be at least one serious bidder for the property. I anticipate that tourism will get involved as the negotiations become closer in terms of our marketing expectations for the future. But I do agree that it definitely helps our offerings if we do have a golf course in St. Thomas, especially with the meetings and incentive community that likes to travel and have that golfing as an option when they go on their
Thank you for your response.
meetings.
The issue and the concern that I have is we continue to talk about opening new hotel rooms. The issue is that usually a opening of a golf course is tied to a community or tied to a hotel. So I believe that we are at the point where the government of the Virgin Islands need to get involved in this whole situation as it relates to the golf course. We have the Marriott. When is the Marriott coming back online?
Right now, we believe sometime in early to mid 2023.
And when do they plan to begin construction again, start up construction?
I have not heard an official start date. I do know that the conversations we had with them before COVID is that it was going to take roughly 14 to 17 months once construction began for them to open.
So you are not in
fully.
communication with the Marriott entity? I think it's important that the government is in contact. How else are we going to know where we're truly going? How else are we going to know whether or not we're going to remain on the competitive edge? And I still want to go back to the golf course issue. I think that the issue with the golf course is critical to our success as far as remaining on the competitive edge. I think you are aware of that. The governor should be aware of that. And it's something that, you know, if we need to engage in some kind of subsidizing conversation, that's what we need to do. But we cannot ignore the fact that the golf course is a critical component to the tourism industry here in the territory. So, I mean, you and I have had discussions about this, full disclosure. So I'm not sure what's happening, but it remains an issue. So I really would like to put it on the record that we cannot continue on this trajectory when it comes to that golf course, if we're going to be talking through economic development. Now, we're now in 2021. How many rooms are we slated to see coming online in 2021, if any, in both districts, territory-wide?
Okay. Yep, thank you, Senator. In St. Croix, we expect to see the DV come back online in the third quarter, and we expect to see that 100 120 something rooms, and then we expect to see the Renaissance Carambola come back in line in the fourth quarter, and that's another 100 plus rooms. With regards to St. Thomas and St. John, the major properties that are offline right now are the Marriott, which we just spoke about. That's 22, 23, probably 23. Sugar Bay still having struggles with regards to finding its course, and of course, Canal Bay is in discussions with the federal government with regards to the lease. So, what's going to be our saving grace is the sharing economy for the foreseeable future.
Okay, so let's talk about the charter economy, the charter business, as well as the marine industry in the Virgin Islands overall. Of course, we all know what the story is. We know why we are seeing a boom in our marine industry. I did hear some of what you indicated in the testimony coming from both yourself and the CEO of the Economic Development Authority. But in earnest, what is the Virgin Islands truly doing to ensure that we are able to keep that niche market once once this pandemic subsides and these Caribbean islands reopen? What are we doing in earnest? Because we talk about it, but what are we truly doing in earnest?
Well, first off, from a marketing standpoint, is we letting that particular industry know that we open and are wanting that business. So we are letting them know that we have services here that can meet the needs that used to go to other islands, and clearly right now they're coming to us and they're leaving satisfied. Secondly, we have to upgrade our offerings on the water. Right now we don't have many offerings which would allow people to, i.e. Bars and restaurants similar to a Limeout in Coral Bay, so that people can go and experience a day in the water and have different places to go and in between the time on the water. So we have to improve that. And then lastly, we have to have a strong mooring plan in place, which would allow for these vessels to know that they have specific places to go when they come in town, for whether it's a week charter on a company like the Moorings, or whether it's day charters for people that are the entrepreneurs that are out there that are moving around in that sector, that there are places that they can legally moor and safely moor while protecting the environment at the same time.
Okay, so let me ask you, I'm glad that you brought up mooring. So what is the relationship between the Department of Tourism, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the EDA, the RT Park, I think that's it, basically, and agriculture? What's the relationship as far as just this overall tourism component that we are focusing on? Is there any collaboration? I know we talked about, I think I heard the director, the CEO, Big, spoke specifically about, may I continue, Mr. Chair? Spoke specifically about the collaboration regarding the Vision 2040, but what is the collaboration that is occurring now to ensure that we are able to maintain or do better with our economy as we move towards seeing the COVID-19 situation subside in the next 2-3 years? What are we truly doing in that area?
Thank you for the question, Senator. From a tourism aspect, we collaborate with agencies on a daily basis. It just depends on what is priority at the time. So, for example, we speak regularly with Viper and WICO with regards to the cruise industry, when it's expected to open. I had a conversation just last week with Commissioner Oriole.
Tell me about the moorings. Yes, tell me about the moorings.
The moorings. So we had a conversation about, in the interim, legislation came from the governor's office to the Senate, I believe, sometime within the last couple of weeks. But I spoke to the commissioner of DPNR, Commissioner Oriole, about the possibilities of implementing some temporary moorings at spots around St. Thomas and St. John, specifically because of such a high demand, and what can be done in the interim. So he's supposed to get back to me sometime this week so we could discuss with the private sector and boating community what will be feasible and beneficial to the territory in the short term, which is now.
All right, well, thank you for your responses. My time has been called. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. And before I call on the next senator, I just wanted to make an input there because you spoke to mooring, and we have Senator Francis Heiliger spoke to the security as well as individuals come in. The mooring issue is what truly concerns me. Commissioner Bushelty, do you have a listing of all these boaters that's been coming into the territory since this global pandemic?
I do not. They register with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, so I'm sure that that department has a full listing of all boats that are in the territory as we speak.
I hope that your surety is so. And let me just make note that I do have legislation, bill draft in that will address our mooring to add another section with regards to operation of motorboats within the territory, because currently boaters can come into this territory and stay up to 14 days without even checking in with local authorities here. And that is truly a Homeland Security concern, and in light of the pandemic is also a concern. So we're addressing that through Bill Draft BR number 34-089, which seeks to create a new section named Operation of Motorboats in the Territory. And what it simply do is mandates that all these boaters that we're seeing in the harbor that's utilizing our moorings and possibly not being charged, because we have no evidence that we even know who is who out there. But they will be required to check in with law enforcement immediately upon arrival, whether it's with the Department of Planning and Natural Resource, the VI Port Authority Police, or the VI Police Department Marine Unit. The bill also seeks to assess an environmental impact fee of $250, which will also assist our GRS. Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your 7 minutes, followed by Committee Vice Chair, Senator Potter.
Thank you, Senator Giddens, for the time, and good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and happy Black History Month. And as we speak of Black history, we must continue to acknowledge our true Virgin Islanders who paved the way for us and placed the Virgin Islands on the map. So, Department of Tourism, you mentioned a vibe like no other briefly in a section that speaks to advertising in your testimony. All that was mentioned is that the department is bullish on St. Croix and to expect a relaunch. Can you elaborate some more on what is a vibe like no other and what would be the return of investment with this advertising strategy that you plan to use and what we can expect as far as St. Croix being branded?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Senator. St. Croix, a vibe like no other, was created under the context of trying to create a significant boost in the tourism sector for the island of St. Croix. For many years, we've talked about ways we can increase tourism on St. Croix meaningfully. And what we found is the reality of it is when people hear USVI, they think St. Thomas. And in order for us to move the traffic to St. Croix, we had to make sure that the world knows what St. Croix is and what it has to offer in terms of a laid-back environment, in terms of its culinary offerings, in terms of its expansive land space, and its boutique hotels. So our strategy was to go forward and represent that vibe as a marketing tool to spur interest, but not only interest with travelers, but also interest with the airlines. And we have seen that, so we actually launched that campaign in January of 2020 globally. We were seeing a significant trend moving, and then of course we shut down in mid-March, and we pulled the campaign as a direct result of that. now that we're starting to see, some.
Quick question: why was the campaign pulled? Was it due to COVID-19?
Yes, it was due to COVID-19.
So we're still under COVID-19. 1 second, Commissioner. We're still under COVID-19. So why are we relaunching? Not saying I do not want it to be relaunched, but why are we relaunching moving forward?
Well, we're relaunching moving forward because the USVI has significant demand. We also have to ensure that if we are going to increase our airlift to the territory, our conversations with the airlines generally center around what marketing efforts do we have in play to ensure that the flights come in with a minimum amount of airlift on the flights. And so we have to go ahead and push for our marketing efforts for St. Croix and for the territory on a whole. I can give you some examples of what we've seen.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. So as far as the Vibe Like No Other advertising strategy, how much would you say is being invested in the Vibes Like No Other campaign? How much are we investing in that?
Well, we plan to invest somewhere around $1 million for the calendar year. Specifically, it may go up or down depending on how fast the U.S. And the world achieves a level of vaccination. We believe under President Biden that the summer of 21 is going to be better than the summer of 20, simply because there will be more people vaccinated and there's an increased pent-up demand. And we definitely believe that the winter season of 21, 22 will be very big in terms of travel and the hospitality industry on a whole. And we want to be in market to capitalize on that expected increase in demand.
Thank you, Commissioner. So what I got from a Vibe Like No Other advertising strategy, it speaks to culinary arts. And you know, culinary arts is also tied into agriculture. So as far as agritourism, what would you say that the Department of Tourism can implement in collaboration with the Bureau of Economic Research due to our 2018 USVI Census of Agriculture? So when individuals come to the island of St. Croix, that they can have that opportunity to tour the farms, be able to eat like fresh corn right there on site, visit the cane fields, eat some cane right then and there, and start to circulate some money in the economy when it comes to our farmers, specifically on St. Croix. Can you speak to agritourism, if you can see us moving forward in that direction?
Yeah, I think agritourism has tremendous potential. I think the Ag Fair on St. Croix that was recently postponed is a major event that people can come in and we could support in marketing for people to come to. However, I believe that the untapped potential is in cannabis. I think that there is a market globally for cannabis. I think that there's a market in the Caribbean for cannabis. I think St. Croix represents, due to its land mass, the opportunity for us to really market agritourism around the cannabis product. However, until we get to that point, we still are hopeful that at some point we can be able to market aggressively the agri-tourism sector surrounded or focused on cannabis.
Thank you, Commissioner. USVIupdate.com, that is of Department of Tourism?
Yes.
All right, it's an awesome website, so congratulations to your team. There is a tab that speaks to Marine, and then it goes in detail and it speaks to the Marine Concierge Center. It breaks down the different facilities and the marinas in the territory. So as far as St. Croix, I see here we have Green Cay Marina, St. Croix Marine Center, and the Salt River Marina. I know St. Thomas has a way different environment when it comes to the marine life, but as far as slowly but surely branding St. Croix as a place where you can experience that same marine life, what are we doing for at least the 5 marinas we have on St. Croix and branding them as part of the Vibe Like No Other campaign and getting that word out?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Our staff works closely with the different offerings in terms of hotels, restaurants. The marine sector is a relatively new one for us, so we are gathering information around the specific offerings in each one of these marinas. And then our job is to promote that to the world, that these opportunities are there. What I can say is, based on some anecdotal information I've received, that the yachting community has seen an increase in both in St. Croix as well as St. Thomas and St. John, particularly in the pandemic era. So it's just our job to continue to learn more what actually these marinas have to offer in terms of services, and then we'll get that message out either through our our website, or through some other marketing platforms.
Thank you, and Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I would just like to close by saying that I love the website. It is great. Hopefully at some point we can get a USVI update application where, the millennials and the people who are highly involved in technology can utilize it, and with or without internet, you can still be able to access the basic information as far as how you can navigate yourself around the USVI terrain. And last but not least, I would advise you to just continue to have that conversation with DPNR regarding the enforcement of our marine industry. Recently, I had an opportunity to go on the water with some individuals, and they showed me some of the concerns they had with as far as moorings. I think it was a boat from St. Thomas who was laying right there at Hotel Nikki, and they were encroaching on someone's mooring spot in the district of St. Croix. And they complain about so many other things, but I just want to make sure that as we promote the U.S. Virgin Islands as a place to come and experience the boat life, that we have the enforcement, not just from DPNR, but VIPD as well, to make sure that individuals are not coming here and doing what they want. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. Senator Pata, Vice Chair, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, testifiers, ladies and gentlemen in the viewing and listening audience. My first question is for Commissioner Bushelti. Commissioner, thank you very much for your testimony. My question is, what role has the local tourism stakeholders, talking about like the Chamber of Commerce, the Retail Association, Hotel Association, what role have they been playing with you with regards to ensuring that once our tourism economy fully opens up in a post-COVID era, that we would have a fresh, updated, revitalized tourism product?
Thank you for the question, Senator Pata. We work very closely with the Chamber leadership on both St. Thomas and St. Croix, as well as the Hotel Tourism Associations in the St. Thomas, St. John District, and St. Croix, in terms of open collaboration with regards to our marketing efforts, where we see potential value. And in the same breath, we try to get information from them on, meaning them holistically with regards to the association memberships in terms of where they are in terms of readiness in the pandemic. Are they prepared? Are they following the health protocols? Are they willing to enforce protocols where necessary? And to your question, post-vaccination, where will we be in terms of having some of our properties, newer properties, refurbished and back online? What I can tell you is right now, where our tourism product is, we lead the region without some of our biggest properties. Of course, we are very hopeful for us to take that next significant step in terms of airlift to the territory. We need to get the major hotels back. We received good information that the DV and the Renaissance are on track to come back this calendar year, and we get that information directly from representatives of the Hotel Tourism Association on St. Croix. Similarly, we get information from the Hotel Tourism Associations on St. Thomas, St. John, with regards to occupancy in their hotels. This information is very helpful to us when we have conversations with the airlines. The first question airlines generally ask us in the pandemic is how we're doing with our COVID numbers, and that is quickly followed up with how are we doing in terms of accommodations. There's a very symbiotic relationship between airlines and accommodations, so that is important. Lastly, with regards to the chamber efforts, of course, we can't just have airlift and hotels. We need to have restaurants, bars, and other services there available for leisure guests. And that particular association group on each island help provide us, again, with information and suggestions of things that we can do in terms of helping keep the territory safe, which of course then allows for that to be parlayed into increased visitors and, of course, increased commerce in the territory.
Thank you, Commissioner. Follow-up question. When do you anticipate the next cruise ship sailing once again in Virgin Islands waters?
The hopeful answer is summer of 2021. The more realistic answer is probably sometime when a certain level of vaccination has happened across the continental U.S. And in the territory and in parts of the Caribbean. So I would probably say, based on my experience and conversations in the industry, sometime maybe in the fourth quarter of 2021 would be realistic. Hopefully, you know, they can have some conversations moving. Right now, all cruises are canceled out of the U.S. In U.S. waters at least until May. However, that is really longer than May because all the cruise lines, unless the CDC changes its order, the cruise lines must provide a 60-day cruise window that shows that they have implemented all of the CDC requirements, which would then take that into July. So right now, I don't foresee any ships in the very near future.
Okay. Thanks for your candor. Now, when the ships eventually come back, and I'm confident that sometime this year they will come back, Commissioner, I know that there is going to be a new post-COVID or COVID protocol as far as, you know, I've been hearing through the grapevine, and you may more accurately speak to it, passengers not being allowed off the ship if they're not participating in a cruise line sanctioned, pre-arranged cruise and the like. So if that is accurate, obviously it's going to have a tremendous impact on, you know, what we have come accustomed to as far as the cruise ship passengers walking down on Main Street and patronizing stores and small vendors on the side of the road, etc. Is this true? Is it accurate that that might be one of the major new looks when cruise lines come into territory, that there is going to be major restrictions as to passengers leaving the vessel unless they're part of a organized cruise?
Very good question, Senator. I'll preface it by saying that the situation is very fluid. The CDC is working in direct consultation with the cruise line industry, as well as destinations that the cruise lines may go to. And the lines themselves have their own specific ask of how passengers move around in destinations based on where we are in the pandemic. The information I've seen in our collaborative conversations with VIPA, WICO, Department of Health, and what the expectations are locally is that we clearly have the priority of protecting our residents first and foremost, as well as the leisure guests. And that right now will involve some type of bubble scenario, which would allow people to stay, at least you know where they are and you can track them in case there is an unfortunate positive in the group. That conversation is happening through the FCCA and the destinations through some committees of which I lead for the USVI in terms of collaborative conversations of what is going to be expected when the cruise lines come back and sail, hopefully safely, at sometime in the very near future. Again, nothing is firm and finalized. They're just expectations. I can give you a quick example. Carnival Cruise Line came out last week basically stating that their position is that when they do sail again in the near term, that they will require passengers that disembark to only disembark if they have prepaid tours booked on the cruise, which will then move out in bubble environments. Again, that has to be approved by the CDC and the destination, and we have not made a final decision as to what was going to be allowed or not. Lastly, I do agree with your positioning of the economic impact. Clearly, if people move around freely like they move around right now with our overnight guests, you see a greater impact. But if they are moving within a bubble environment, the expectation is that spend will be concentrated, but it will only be concentrated with those particular taxi drivers or stores or beach experience that these travelers are going to.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and I appreciate the dialogue here today. And I want to remind all again that we can't continue to rely solely, heavily on the cruise line industry because of this pandemic. I must note that our historic towns have a unique and important role in our economic and social development, and yet they continue to appear somewhat neglected. So I'm hopeful that the conversation goes in that direction as we continue the dialogue. Again, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Senator Potter. Now we recognize our Senate Secretary, Senator Whitaker, followed by Senator Johnson.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to all the testifiers. I want to thank everyone for their testimony. I'm going to jump right in because I have a number of questions. Commissioner Busciolte, I want to first go to you first. You mentioned in your testimony that the Cultural Heritage Institute has worked with the St. Thomas Historical Trust. Is there a reason why you have not involved other cultural nonprofits that span the territory that would incorporate St. Croix and St. John nonprofits and engaged in the work of culture education?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We just mentioned one in the testimony, but we are involved with cultural organizations throughout the territory. I can ask Ms. Henneman Tadman if she can give specifics of what we do in each of the islands, and specifically St. Croix, if you're asking about St. Croix with the Wind Museum and some of the other cultural associations on St. Croix.
Well, just for time's sake, through the chair, if you could provide that list to me, thank you very much, because I have a number of questions. Thank you for that, Commissioner. As it pertains to your statutory duties, do you have a legal counsel assigned to you from Attorney General's office or one, by contract?
I don't know if we have an official assignment. However, I do know we use a couple attorneys in the AG's office when necessary.
Okay, and staying on the topic of, because one of the areas of that I have been pushing is really the whole historical tourism, and really us getting a hold of that. So specifically as it pertains to statutory authority, I would encourage, for one, the Virgin Islands Freedom Week. That's covered in Title I, Section 197A.
Senator, excuse me 1 second. Again, testifiers, I'm asking and reminding you to have your devices on mute, please. Thank you.
Okay. And I just want to point out to you, Commissioner, you said under that particular statute that I would hope that this year for Virgin Islands Freedom Week that you work with the legal counsel to clarify what you have to do, but also in cooperation with the governor to execute that as part of the efforts as we're making in terms of both external and internal efforts to address cultural literacy. And the final area was, you mentioned during your testimony about the marine, us pushing with the blue economy. When you mentioned stakeholders, what specific stakeholders are working on that within that marine industry?
Yeah, thank you. We work very closely with the Virgin Islands Professional Charter Association in terms of our ability to get the message in, first and foremost with the health protocols that are required, as well as the requirements of the yachts of what they need to do when they register, when they come into the territory. Secondly, we are focused on conversations and trying to recruit yacht companies, i.e. the moorings, as an example, to come into the territory and experience, commerce in a relatively safe environment. And lastly, we expect to have conversations as we move forward with the marine promotions with industry specialists that market specifically to people who use their vacations to use charter experiences.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. And just to highlight, but you have not made any inroads with the Department of Education, the various stakeholder boards as it pertains to marine education?
We have peripherally, meaning that we are in conversations through our relationship with VIPCA, as well as the St. Thomas Regatta, and their ability through our sponsorships, which include as a requirement reaching back into the community and specifically our youth. So indirectly, we are involved, and we do get reports back from their outreach in that particular sector.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have to move on now to the Economic Development Director, Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs, in your testimony, you stated that that your leadership team attended the Black Hotel Operators Conference, and specific outcomes as it relates to, did you generate any outcomes as it pertains to get any hotels specifically on the Island of St. Croix? Any leads, any efforts in that area?
Yeah, we've had, I guess, 2 leads that we're talking to directly. There hasn't been any hard application for hotel or any hard application where we see anything necessarily where, you know, they've made the decision to invest. But we're actively talking to individuals in regard to that. And by speaking at these conferences and with these individuals, it provides us the opportunity to get the exposure for the territory in regard to resort development.
Thank you, Director. And you mentioned during your testimony that that there's a hemp product manufacturer, and so I also understand that the RT Park is engaged in that. How is the EDA and the RT Park working as it pertains to, because many times, of course, we're dealing, you both have similar goals, right? Similar goals, but how do those interrelate, and how are you all working together to, as you bring in individuals, and even as we focus even on internal growth, economic growth, and focusing on our local farmers who are engaged in this already?
Yeah, we have similar tax incentives, but we actually have different mandates. The RT Park is more e-commerce, technology, and knowledge-based businesses. We tend to be more the brick and mortar type businesses or the other sectors that are not there. But that being said, we work very, very closely with the RT Park in regard to any client that's coming in. Myself and Peter Chapman has a very good relationship, and so we've worked on many different projects. We supported the tech village that the RT Park was trying to develop. We thought it was a good program for the community, but I'm not sure exactly we haven't had any discussions on hemp at this stage. We're talking in regard to the entity that received the license for hemp, but we're also talking to another company that is looking at a different view of hemp. One is looking at CBD oil.
Thank you, Director. I have to cut you off because of time. Thank you for that. For the TIF program, how many companies have benefited from the TIF program to date?
To date, only one entity, that's Island Crossing, where Home Depot is on St. Croix.
And do you have any current applicants for the TIF program?
No current applicants for TIF.
During your testimony, you indicated that you put out on the board, governing board put out for public comment the regulations. Where was that posted? Was that Chair? Okay. Director, you said that the TIF, the new regulations for TIF and other EDA programs was put out for public comment. When was that done? And in the future, I would really advise and encourage that be the same. A lot of, when it comes to your webinars and other areas of programs, there's a lot of information on social media, but certainly, as soon as I did not see that, a lot of information about the public comment period for the regulations.
Yeah, this was done early in FY 2020. We did have it on our website. We did have publication out that the rules and regulations for HDA and TIF were available for public comment. And we did receive quite a bit of comment that we incorporated into the rules and regulations. So hey, I'm sorry you didn't get the opportunity to see it, but we did get a lot of feedback directly from the practitioners and the community. And as I indicate, they were incorporated as we developed the final rules and regulations before the board voted on them and they were promulgated by the governor.
And to the chair, I would like to, if you send that report, the comments to, and if you could put it into a report to the chair. And I have one more question, Chair, if you would allow. Okay. As it pertains to the, and also Director Biggs, as it pertains to the entrepreneurial programs, you indicated, of course, the EDA, which this is very, very, very promising that you have an entrepreneurial program. again, as it pertains to public information as we go beyond COVID, what are the efforts being made to really push the entrepreneurship program, and what stakeholders have you engaged so far? I don't want to say stakeholders, the Department of Education, other education stakeholders, to really push entrepreneurship within our school system and the overall community.
Yeah, we do that a lot of it through our social media activities in reference to pushing the announcements in regard to the entrepreneurship programs we do. We try to get that information out on all our programs in regard to that. But also we've been in discussions with Department of Education, and as they're looking at their educational plans, we've been a strong advocate to do more entrepreneurial classes through elementary school, middle school, high school, as well as financial literacy classes. So I've sat on the steering committee with the Department of Education as they're relooking the educational system and creating their plan. And there is a big push in reference to, again, financial literacy, entrepreneurship, innovation, and also how can we get more internships into the community.
That's excellent, because I've sponsored legislation to address the courses of study, particularly in those areas. I look forward to getting your input and a wider input of the community as we work towards really engaging our community in entrepreneurship. I want to thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 7 minutes, followed by Finance Chair Senator Viale.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. I'd like to start out my question with our Commissioner of Tourism, Mr. Boscheldi. And my question is from a point of security. Most Caribbean islands have apps that people put on their phone or bracelet. In case of a negative COVID test arriving on our airport, what do we have in place?
Right now, the requirement per the Department of Health and the Governor's executive order, all travelers to the territory must upload their information into the travel portal. And in order to come into the territory, you must have either a negative test result within the last 5 days prior to travel, or an antibody test, positive antibody test within the last 4 months. And that's in place. You upload the information into the portal as the first step to enter the territory.
We've been doing temperature tests on the airport, have we?
Correct. That happens once you get on the ground.
And if the temperature surpass, what do we have in place?
Yeah, I can ask. Can I ask Assistant Commissioner Henneman Tadman to speak to that? She works very closely with the Department of Health and the National Guard on the actual specific procedures at the airports.
Good afternoon again, everyone. If by chance you have a high temperature once screened at the airport, what happens is the National Guard pulls you into what is called a cooling room. It's a secured area where the person is given a couple of minutes and then they're tested again. Most people test out and proceed on because just, maybe waiting in the line or being in the sun causes them a temperature spike. If that is not the case, then the National Guard contacts the Department of Health. Once contacted, now the Department of Health takes it to another level, and they now ramp up their COVID-19 response. So that would entail taking all the information on the ground once again from the traveler. If they have a COVID test, of course, they'll look at their COVID test, and then they'll ask the pertinent health information, and they're asked to quarantine to the place, their intended place of stay.
Okay, can you hold 1 minute right there? Can you stop 1 minute? Who monitors them being under that quarantine? What device or what mechanism we have to monitor them? We're just telling this person to quarantine, believing that they're going to quarantine. What mechanism? And that's what I started out by saying. Many Caribbean islands has apps that are on the phone, and some of them have bracelet. I know for sure of individuals that have passed the test, came in with a negative test, and in a few days they wind up with COVID. So what do we do in that case when someone arrives at that? What mechanism is in place?
So the Department of Health has two things they're doing. One, once that determination is made, then they have their call center that calls twice a day, or in some cases more than twice a day, to just check on a patient and just make sure that they are quarantining in place. If it's a resort, they reach out to the resort to ensure that the resort is aware and they know they're quarantining. Now they're going to the other step now where they're working on their contact tracing. So what is going to happen within probably another couple of days is anyone traveling into the territory will now receive an email, a text message, or a phone call generated by their contact tracing company that says, "Welcome to the Virgin Islands," and that company will now give you a daily survey just asking if you're symptomatic. So currently, the situation is the Department of Health call center follows up with that person, but in a matter of days, it will go on to an automated system that is linked to your phone, where you get a text message or a phone call. And in
How
some
soon
cases,
do you expect that to go in
be an
place?
email.
How soon do you expect that to go in place? That app that will be on the phone?
I honestly can answer that and say it's a matter of days. Yesterday, well, we meet with the Department of Health twice a week. So yesterday we had a call that identified the 2 times, it's 2 times a day, and the times that we will now share the information from the travel screening portal to the Department of Health. We've already tested the program to ensure that it works with the transferring of the file. And so it will happen, I would say, within the next 48 hours. We'll start to do the transfers, and you will start to receive the information.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, one more question for you. In regards to our marinas, we have some yachting boats in our town of Frederiksted. And who check these passengers when they come off on the island? Who checks them? Who monitor them? And also in Frederiksted, I don't think there's much mooring. So as we know, once you throw anchor, you could destroy a coral or marine life. Who monitors those passengers as they come to land?
Well, first off, when they come into the territory, they should be alerting the Coast Guard and Custom Border Patrol to let them know that they have come into the U.S. waters in the USVI. Then DPNR gets involved in terms of registering them in the territory. If the passengers are flying into the territory, we have a section on the travel portal that allows for them to register on the travel portal under the subcode of a marine passenger. So we will have information on them to ensure that they're tested if they come through the airport to board one of these charters, for example. With regards to if people come in on a vessel into the territory, that conversation happens through DPNR and the Coast Guard with regards to them actually being able to provide the health requirements. The requirements are the same if you come in via sea or air into the territory in terms of having to have a negative test or a positive antibody to come into the territory.
I understand the requirements, but who checks these vessels as they come to our shore?
They're supposed to register via federal law with the Coast Guard and Custom Border Patrol. I can't speak to that, Senator, because that's not really under my responsibilities. We have had conversations around it with the Department of Health and the COVID team with regards to the enforcement, but I can't speak to the answer to that directly.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, may I proceed? I need to go to EDA for a few questions. I give you a big promotion.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Before I even go to our EDM, I think it's very important that we pay attention to what's happening to our shores with all of the marinas that are being filled at this time, that we have some kind of mechanism put in place to assure that our community is safe from passengers walking on land without being tested with COVID. To our EDA, Mr. Biggs.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon. How are you doing today? I really appreciate your testimony. Your presentation was real good. I enjoyed that pop-up shop. I hope that you guys will do a little more of that, a little more speedy instead of holding it off for that long. You had a 16-point list that you want to achieve, and number 9 speaks about plans for the town of Christiansted and Garden Street. Nothing for Frederickstead?
Yeah, I mean, we're doing Frederickstead. Frederickstead, we're looking at the processing plant, the agro-processing plant, and other things. Why we spoke about Christianstead and the Garden Street areas, because we were talking about the art study, and as part of that town plan for Christianstead and the community plan for Garden Street, the arts was included in their area. The Frederickstead town plan has a little different theme that the Frederickstead residents wanted, as does the Savannah Down Street community plan. So the only reason we specify Frederickstead and the the Garden Street, Up Street area in reference to that was because it was in reference to the arts feasibility study. But if you look at the agro-processing plant, that's a Frederickstead activity, and we expect that to be a boon to the Frederickstead area, where agricultural products will be processed in Frederickstead, and we'll have a clean kitchen and other value-added space there, including some restaurant space also.
You also spoke about 9 loans that are in the pipeline. Are these loans a reflection of COVID, or are they new loans applicants?
These are new loan applicants, and at this stage, I can't tell you if it's a result of COVID. As we review the application, we'll find out. And why I say that is it may be because people were displaced as a result of COVID and lost their job, and now are going into business for themselves. But it's not necessarily a COVID-related business proposition. So as we review and we do more of the interviewing with the client, we'll find out and make that connection if we can.
And you also stated you have 69 EDA beneficiaries. Excuse me? This is my last question, Mr. Chair. You also stated that you had 69 EDA beneficiaries. Are those your high numbers, or have we lost some beneficiaries along the way?
We've lost some beneficiaries for a variety of reasons. We've had some that have voluntarily terminated. As a result of COVID, we've had some that have suspended for a period of time, but it goes up and down depending on the cycle. Some of them have just termed out of the beneficiary cycle, you know, and so it goes up and down. This is a little lower than we'd like to see it. We usually have the mid-70s, so we're trying to build back up our portfolio in that range.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And before I recognize the Senate Finance Chair, I want to recognize the presence of Senator Samuel Carrion from the District of St. Croix, non-committee member. Welcome. Mr. Finance Chair, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Commissioner Busholte, Hotel on the Key, RFP was sent out for the redevelopment of that site. Are you a part of those discussions, the selection committee?
I am. Hi, good afternoon, Senator Bailey. I am not directly involved at this stage. No, sir.
So the Commissioner of Tourism is not involved in the selection committee for a hotel or redevelopment on the island of St. Croix?
I have not been invited to participate at this stage, sir.
Okay. And no one from your St. Croix office has been invited?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. I will take that up with the Commissioner of Property and Procurement. We should have a tourism representative that sits on that selection committee. DV reopening, I heard you say the date of September, October?
Yeah, the information we received, Senator, is third quarter or fourth quarter of this year.
Who is having a discussion with them? I passed that facility this weekend, and it's significantly completed. I heard that they're going to begin to take reservations beginning in April. Has somebody been in contact? Who is directly from tourism? Who is making the direct contact with the hotels to be able to monitor the progress of reopening?
Members of our team that work with the hotels on St. Croix are Nelia Ross and Sharon Rosario. Those are the two primary points, and then they bring back the information to us.
Nelia Ross and Sharon Rosario?
Correct.
Okay. What is your engagement with the tourism staff on St. Croix? How is that engagement going since COVID? Are you able to dialogue, to plan? Have you been able to come to St. Croix and meet? How's the dialogue?
The dialogue is challenging in COVID. Like most things, I mean, most of our conversations are virtual, simply because the situation with the COVID-19 virus. Our offices were shut for a significant period of time under the governor's mandate. I think with regards to conversations on a whole, there's always ways we can improve in terms of our effectiveness.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Commissioner. I think we need to make sure that we are able to re-engage, and every single government entity need to begin to plan and the path moving forward despite COVID. We can't continue to keep our offices closed. We got to re-engage this community. We got to begin to get the money flowing in, and we really need to put the hard work and effort now into making sure that we're ready for the reopening. I believe that the Virgin Islands is poised in terms of tourism to have a tremendous amount of individuals that will be coming to the Virgin Islands post-COVID. That European market is not as open. It's very closed. London, all those areas are closed, and we got to be ready that when those floodgates open, that we are ready to have those individuals visit the Virgin Islands. Commissioner, I know you got some new airlines coming in. I saw Frontier coming to St. Thomas from Miami and Orlando. Have there been any discussion in reference to airline for St. Croix for that Northeast corridor, the Boston, New York area? What's the status of those discussions?
Senator, every conversation we have with the airlines with regards to lift to the territory includes St. Croix. Right now, our focus is to continue to try to bring lift in. We've seen significant increase in lift over the past year, even amidst the pandemic.
Yeah, well, American have done a good job in St. Croix. I want to applaud them. They have the extra Miami flight and the Charlotte flight 7 days a week. But the possibility of some other locations at that Texas corridor with the Lime Tree facility being here. We have a lot of individuals coming from Louisiana, Texas, that area. And then the Northeast, we had that years ago, and now we don't have that particular corridor. So I know you said you are having discussions with airlines in reference to those two corridors, correct?
Yes, we are pushing aggressively to try to get a Houston direct flight in, particularly now that the refinery has officially opened. There is a lot of traffic moving from Houston through to St. Croix, however, it's connecting in Miami or Atlanta to come in. We aggressively are pushing as well to try to get a flight in from New York. We've had serious conversations with JetBlue, as well as American and Delta, to bring a flight in from somewhere in the tri-state area, whether it's Newark or JFK.
Okay.
So we are having those conversations.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. I think my time is running out, but go ahead. You're going to say something.
Sorry. No, I was just going to say that we are pushing to try to change the narrative a little bit away from the all 100% leisure market that some of our competitors have and St. Thomas has, to more of a mixed presentation to the airlines, that because St. Croix has a large refinery where there's a transit community, that there is a possibility for it to be not just viewed under the metrics of a leisure guest where they look at 60 to 90 days out, but more look at it more as a business leisure guest hybrid destination, which would allow for a different rating system when they go ahead to bring new flights in. And we're starting to see some traction with that. Of course, what we expect is that when the DV and the Caribbean,
I know you're going to elaborate. I don't want to cut you, but thank you so much for that. Mr. Dorset, a reference to the hotel occupancy, when I'm looking at the reports, I saw that October, November, there was a decrease over the previous fiscal year, but in December there was an increase of some $400,000 in St. Thomas in collections, $160,000 in St. John. But for October, November, December, there was a decrease in the hotel occupancy for the island of St. Croix. What was the number or the numbers for January? Is it relatively the same? Unmute. What are the January numbers?
Time.
Can you hear me now?
Do you have the January numbers? Is January trending the same as December?
Yes, Senator. In terms of lower, the registration numbers are a bit lower.
January is lower than December?
We don't have all the information as yet for January because there's a deadline to report by February 10th. But from what we're seeing so far,
Okay, so I'll ask you that question. I'll ask you that next week or tomorrow, February 10th. Thank you so much. Mr. Biggs, what can you put on the record what is the possible site for the clean kitchen, or you don't want to discuss that now? The possible site that you're looking at?
Yeah, we prefer not to discuss it right now.
Okay.
We are looking at a historic building in the Frederiksted area that is owned by the government, where we could do a collaborative process with property and procurement to refurbish and renovate that building and then create the clean kitchen in there. So one of our goals in reference to the enterprise zone, as you know, is to refurbish buildings in the zone. So we're looking at one of the historical buildings. Actually, we looked at 2 historical buildings in Frederiksted, but we have one in particular that we're looking at that we think will suit our needs.
Okay, I think I know which one that is. In reference to the company that reached out to us for the possibility of manufacturing antigen tests, how close are we?
We're working on a lease right now. I have to get some information back to my attorney in regard to finalizing the lease, and then I think we'll be very, very close. Once they review the lease and they sign, we're ready to go.
Do we have an expedited process for businesses that want to relocate to the Virgin Islands? Have we cut literally everything and making sure that we can expedite the process as quick as possible so that they don't look for any other jurisdiction?
The EDC process has been expedited to roughly 60 days from the date a completed application is received to a board decision, and that includes a public hearing in between. So we've expedited, and we've been meeting that 60-day threshold for the last probably 1.5 to 2 years in regard to that. So we have expedited the process on the EDC side. We're working with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and we have a very good relationship with them. If anyone has any issues in reference to licensing, where we can move that process quickly also. But some of the stuff is outside the EDA's control, but we are working to continue to improve our entire business process.
How long does this process take in Puerto Rico? Just a comparison. 60, 30? Is there a need for us to try to even reduce the 60-day period, or is that...
Senator Villela, I'm going to cut you right there for a minute. I'll return your time. Let's take a 3-minute recess. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for Tuesday, February 9th, 2021 is back on record. Senator Viale, you may continue with your wrap-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr. Biggs, I was trying to do a comparison in terms of how long it takes in the Virgin Islands in reference to some of the other jurisdictions offer EDC benefits. Is that par for the course, 60 days, or are some of them be able to turn it around quicker?
Yeah, in all honesty, my understanding is that Puerto Rico may be slightly quicker, but with the due diligence that we have to do in regard to the public hearing, gathering information after the public hearing,
okay.
I think 30 days, 60 days is a reasonable time. Puerto Rico don't have the same type of requirements we have, so they have a real expedited process in regard to that. They don't require the same things.
And in reference to after they're finished with this process, what is the experience with DPNR and the other entities in terms of permitting, et cetera? I'm just trying to make sure that all the government entities have a buy-in in terms of development coming to the Virgin Islands, because sometimes we have even hotel developments that are waiting for renovations and they're waiting 5, 6, 7 months in order to get a permit. So I just want to put it out there that we must make sure that we're going to aggressively try to attract businesses to the Virgin Islands, and when the EDF completed their job, that all the other government entities need to do what they need to do. In reference to pharmaceutical companies, those that are making the vaccinations, et cetera, have you reached out to them? Have you been able to have some type of medium virtually where you're able to let them know what the Virgin Islands have to offer in terms of tax benefits?
We've been reaching out sort of on a blanket shotgun approach. We have reached out to not only the pharmaceuticals, but also the medical instrument manufacturers. So we are looking at the healthcare area as perhaps a booming area, particularly as the South Shore trade zone comes online. We think we can attract some of those companies into that area.
Okay, thank you so much. And we really need to be aggressive. I think the market is ripe right now for us. My last question, Mr. Dorsett, in reference to, you're in the office of the governor now again, Mr. Dorsett? I think you are?
Yes, Senator.
So your office moved?
No, Senator.
Are you still in OMB office under office of the governor?
Yes, Senator. Currently, that's where I am.
You have a director?
I have not received official notice yet, Senator.
You received unofficial notice?
Senator, I'm just hearing I need to see something official, Senator, with all due respect. I need to see something official.
Oh, so you said you're hearing rumors. So I guess somebody has been selected.
Said in the community, but I deal with facts, Senator, so I need to see something stating who the next BER director is going to be.
Okay.
In all fairness.
Okay. I will leave it there. You said more than enough.
Thank you.
My last, I didn't get a question yet. Employment, quickly.
Yeah.
Fiscal year 2020, 36,629 under USVI non-agriculture employment. You have a pie chart, correct?
Yes, Senator.
So we have increased 3,000 jobs from 2018 to fiscal year 2020, but our unemployment rate is higher than 2018, correct? So we have more people that are seeking employment. Our unemployment rate had dropped to like 5%.
Okay, so let me explain something, Senator. The unemployment rate counts those who are actively seeking jobs. Now, we have a portion of the community that may not be seeking jobs that now enter into the employment realm. So if they enter into the employment realm to actively seek jobs, they'll start to be recorded and it's going to rise the unemployment rate. That's one factor.
Okay, I'm looking at the numbers. 2019, unemployment territorial was 6.3. 2020, unemployment is 8.4, but we have 2,000 more individuals in non-agriculture working according to your pie chart. So we just have more individuals that are seeking work.
I would say, yeah, people enter into in the employment. If the economy or if the job market has available jobs, those individuals that did not have jobs will start seeking jobs, so to speak, and that would increase it. That's one factor. The other factor could be, like with respect to now that we're in COVID, and I think I gave you excerpts of the business survey. The other factor could be that some of the businesses could also start to, because of the financial hardship, start to lay off employees. So those are the two factors, but it depends on which period we're looking at. So at one period, it could have been people entering. Now with the COVID pandemic and some businesses struggling, the possibility now is some of those businesses are laying off employees.
Okay, thank you so much. The chair has been lenient, so thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Finance Chair. I'm glad you realize that the chair has been lenient. In court, we would say that the witness was being badgered. However, I want to caution the testifiers as well that we don't accept rumors. So if you hear rumors, you could just hold that, or any unofficial notices. Thank you again, Mr. Finance Chair. Senator Samuel Carrion from the St. Croix District, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, testifier, and viewing and listening audience. I want to thank the testifiers for their presentation this day. I do have a few questions with regards to seeing here the presentation. I see that the Airbnb sector has been booming, so there's been an increase in that area. I do recall that in 2017, the Department of Tourism executed an agreement with Airbnb that allow for the direct hotel collection of the occupancy taxes, among other things. My question is, are there any other agreements with other rental platforms or websites such as HomeAway or VRBO?
Good afternoon, Senator. No, not at this point.
Okay, I recall back then that that was going to be something that the department was going to pursue. So why haven't we taken advantage of that, just as we did with Airbnb, and pursue those same type of agreements with other similar companies that offer this same type of services?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think it's something that we should do. I'll definitely work with our team to put some resources behind beginning that conversation with the VRBOs and HomeAway to try to get a similar agreement that we have with Airbnb.
Okay. Do you have maybe a time frame in mind for executing maybe those agreements or beginning those conversations as such?
Well, we've talked about it internally. We haven't moved aggressively on it, but we definitely, I think it's something we should do. I think that they are I know that VRBO and HomeAway are marketing units in the territory, and we should try to at least capture our fair percentage of those revenues that are being spent
Correct.
Directly to those platforms.
Thank you. Yeah, especially since we are in this COVID pandemic and we've seen the increase in Airbnb, I think we need to try to be able to manage properly and collect those revenues for a territory that are desperately needed. So I thank you for that. I look forward to hearing more from you with regards to that. Also, I think this is for the director for EDA. With regards to, I read here in your testimony, the South Shore Trade Zone on St. Croix. but I don't see any specific timeline. Can we get some firm timeline as to when? I see that you're beginning to formulate and draft the rules and regulations, but what does a timeline look like?
I anticipate hopefully we'll get rules and regulations promulgated within the next 90 to 120 days with the comment periods that's required and the finalizing of the drafting of those rules. So we have kind of looked at that very quickly and we're beginning to pursue those. They will be very similar in reference to EDC rules and regulations as a result of the tax incentives being very similar. So I don't expect a very long timeline in regard to that, but usually we give a comment period. We incorporate comments and then we provide a comment period again before we finalize the rules and regulations and send it to the governor, to our board for approval and then the governor for promulgation.
Okay, thank you for that. And have you seen any interest or have you had any conversations with any corporation that has showed any interest?
We've had conversation with companies. We've promoted the zone. We've kind of worked on this along with Senator Francis and his office and the legislature over the last 5 years and created this zone. So we think there's a lot of potential for it. So we've talked to companies that were engaged in the manufacturing, letting them know that this zone was created. We think it's a real good avenue for entities that want to export to other Caribbean islands, to Latin America and Central America, and even the United States. So I think we expect to see some companies participate in that, and we have been promoting the zone.
Oh, so you have been promoting it? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that takes me to my other question in reference to the marketing strategy for your agency, but also for the Department of Tourism. What markets are we promoting in or looking to promote? For tourism will be the tourism product, and then in your case, what markets are you looking into? Because my concern is sometimes we limit our ability and just concentrate on certain markets, but we have Asia, we have Central South America. So what's the plan with regards to that?
2 minutes.
I will say for EDA, I mean, our markets is primarily North America. We do some promotions in Europe, the UK, and Asia, but very, very limited. We have not been lucky to have a company relocate from any of those areas other than primarily the North American countries thus far. So the bulk of our advertising and our promotion is particularly the Northeast area where we've been very successful in the New England states, but throughout the entire continent. But again, we do some marketing in the other areas. We do advertising on some of the portfolios. Interestingly enough, our STARS application is from a European entity that has very close ties to the Virgin Islands, Denmark, from Denmark. So some of those promotions are bearing fruit, but as far as EDC companies, we don't have any companies from EDC yet that from those type of markets.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner?
Hi, Senator. Our marketing strategy focuses primarily around our airlift.
Let me ask you
right
first,
now,
Commissioner. Sorry to interrupt you.
Sure.
What's your marketing budget?
Our marketing budget right now, we have 13 million that was budgeted to us for marketing purposes out of the tourism advertising fund.
13 million. Okay.
Right.
And from that 13 million, St. Croix, how much is used for St. Croix?
Directly, I would say if we had to allocate it specific to St. Croix, at least $1 million will go into the St. Croix Revive Like No Other campaign. But we also use monies to support the Crucian Christmas Festival, the food and wine event when they had it. It just varies on what specifically is on tap at that particular time. And of course, the bulk of the monies go into the territory on a whole, the U.S. Virgin Islands when we market.
Can I request that breakdown information to the chair? And if I may, I need some clarity if I heard correctly, Chair. You said so from the 13 million, what amount is allocated for St. Croix? I'm not sure if I heard correctly.
Right now, we have roughly $1 million that is going to be specific to the St. Croix of
$1 million.
Like no other campaign, correct. But included in the marketing funds, the $13 million is not just there to directly promote the territory. It pays for our marketing firm, it pays for our public relations firm, and then we also have, we use the other funds to market the territory.
That's $1 million out of 13. That's.
Yeah, but Senator, we haven't allocated the entire 13 million to marketing. So a fairer question I would say would be, how much are we advertising to promote the USVI right now? And that's roughly $1 million as well. Because we are still in the middle of the pandemic, and the airlines are only giving us schedules based on 30 days and in. It doesn't behoove us to market overly aggressive until we understand where the airlift is going to be, where the country, the United States of America, will be post-vaccination. And then we plan to deploy our assets because our budget was cut in half. We have to be very strategic in how we deploy assets.
And the last question I have in reference to how much is that outsourced?
How much of the market is outsourced?
The contracts for marketing is outsourced.
Well, right now, we only have one marketing company of record that is hired, and that is Miles Partnership that I discussed in the territory that's being funded federally. Our relationship with WT, Warner Thompson Marketing Agency, we are negotiating a possible extension. And then we have Marketplace Excellent, which is our public relations firm, and their contract is roughly $2 million-ish annually, which includes some media spending in the contract as well.
All right, well, thank you very much. I have passed my time.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Madam President, do you have a point of inquiry? You're recognized.
Quickly, and that's 100% outsourced, Senator. I mean, I think the commissioner went around the bush, but it's 100% outsourced. This is for Mr. Dorset. I need some clarification very quickly between the difference of the USVI non-agriculture jobs and the USVI civilian unemployment rate, because I think that's what's creating some confusion with the one question that the chair of the Finance Committee asked. What's the difference between those two categories?
Okay, so civilian employment entails the non-ag, other information with people with self-employed, etc. Mm-hmm. The non-ag is just the industry putting the information in classification, separate. So you'll have people in leisure, you put them in categories. And that's what the non-ag information is. You put the employment of the individuals in specific industries.
So, but let me clearly ask, is civilian unemployment included in non-ag employment?
That is correct.
Okay, so that presents the problem with the percentage and the issue with the unemployment rate going up with an additional, 2,000 jobs. So that's why I needed a clarification, because I remain confused. So we need clarification on that.
Okay, I will provide clarification with respect to that. I know that the data that Howard comes out with the civilian employment includes individuals who are employed, and then it's broken out by non-ag. Basically, with respect to the unemployment rate, that is how many people that are currently seeking jobs but consider themselves unemployed.
Thank you, Mr. Dorset. Senator Whitaker, you had a point of inquiry? Before my 7 minutes, I recognize Senator Whitaker and Senator Viale for a point of inquiry.
Thank you, Chairman. The point of inquiry is to Director Biggs. One of the grant areas to the Department of the Interior, I have through the chair, can you kindly provide that report? Just by way of information, where is that reported, the expenditures? Where is that particular fund reported? The breakdown of the expenditures, where is it reported? Is that reported through our Office of Management Budget, through their USVI transparency site?
The USVI EDA, being a semi-autonomous agency, does not fall under the purview of the Office of Management and Budget in regard to our grants. So we don't go into the central granting system. We have our own finance department, as indicated. We've received unqualified audits. We do have our own administrative fee in regard to that also. So when we report directly back to the granting agency and not via OMB in reference to grants. So if we obtain a grant from the US EDA, we report back to the US EDA in reference to what we're doing with that grant and the progress of that grant and the completion of that grant. And that's how it's done. So it's not done through OMB as a result of, again, being semi-autonomous and having our own finance team and everything here at the agency.
And Director Biggs, I am the liaison to that department. So going forward offline, we'll speak more specifically because I would want to get that information as a liaison to the Department of the Interior, because I also had asked for another DOIA fund the same question. So in terms of transparency and also the federal mandates, the reporting, and I have concerns about making that transparent. So I guess even with my colleagues, I'll ask for that support where we can properly go to a place where the public can get information about the expenditures so that we have the data we need also when we ask some of these questions during the hearings. Thank you.
Yes, Senator, through the chair.
You may proceed, Mr. CEO.
We do put our financial statements on our website, so it's very transparent. We are in the process of adding additional information to our website, so we can provide those type of reports to the website also, because they are, to the best of my knowledge, public documents. So I will check with our legal department, and we would be happy to provide that type of information on our website in reference to our grant reporting, the type of grants we have and the grant reporting. But again, we can also provide that information directly to you.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Senator Viale, you recognize for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Bushelty, I know that you're over tourism, you sit on the WICO board, and you also sit on the Port Authority board. Has there been any discussion in reference to a possible merger within any of those boards?
Formally, no. We all heard the governor's State of the Territory conversation where it was announced. I imagine that when we meet, we haven't had a WICO meeting or a Port Authority meeting since the governor's State of the Territory. So I imagine I could speak for WICO because I'm the chair there. I set the agenda that it will be discussed at the next board meeting. With regards to Port Authority, I would imagine that that the chair would probably ask for it to be on the agenda coming up for the next Port Authority meeting as well.
Okay, so I really thought it had been the flip, where the discussion would have taken place with WICO and the Port Authority in reference to the path moving forward, and then a decision would be made that it is a possibility and we need to pursue having the Port of the Virgin Islands really become the Port of the Virgin Islands run by one entity.
No, that's a different, if I could respond, Senator, that's a different question. I thought the question was with the board specific. Now, there have been conversations between Atley and Dow and myself as a tourism director about the possibilities of a merger, but that is more on the staff level as opposed to the board level. So those conversations have begun and have happened, have been going on for at least a couple of months. The concept has been talked about and what would need to happen for the merger to happen efficiently.
Okay, and I think well, at least my position is that when a merger takes place, it's going to be not only a merger of the entities, but also a merger of the boards. There will be no need for two boards if WICO is going to be removed from the Public Finance Authority and fall under the Port Authority. I think that we need to have the discussion in reference to the various bonds that each entity presently have. But definitely we look into a real comprehensive and make sure that there's protection for staff, etc. So I'm hoping that there is some discussion that we can get with yourself and Director Dow and we and Mr. Attlee, and we can formulate a path moving forward as to how is the best way to proceed. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Finance Chair. We have a point of inquiry on St. Thomas. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized.
Afternoon once again. I would like to make a point of inquiry through the chair to Mr. Bushelty. Can you please provide me with a listing of all marketing contracts as well as cost to include each individual services that is provided by those marketing companies? Also to Mr. Bushelty, I would like to have an updated listing of the 69 current EDA beneficiaries. Mr. Biggs, the updated list of the current 69 EDA beneficiaries and what services they're getting tax breaks on currently in this territory. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Mr. CEO.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be happy to provide that to the Senate, but I'd also like you to know that if you go to our website and you look under resources, there's a beneficiary listing that identifies all the beneficiaries, including the industry they're in and the contact information for the representative. But I'll be happy to provide that information also.
Yeah, it's not necessary. It's on the website.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Senator Francis Heiliger, you were saying something?
Now I was asking, is it periodically updated? Is it currently up to date?
I would have to verify. We do periodically update it. I'm not sure when the last update was done, but I just would like you to know in transparency, we do list all of the beneficiaries and the contact, but we'll get you an updated listing via the chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Again, colleagues and testifier, an important piece of our economic development is indeed our downtown areas. And I was hoping to hear a little more as well with regards to the downtown areas that appears, again, to be somewhat neglected. You know, the downtown areas truly depicts a city's identity and their brand. So while we're talking with the Department of Tourism regarding branding, we need to keep that in mind. One of the things visibly absent from the marketing piece from the Department of Tourism is that our national or territorial music is supposed to be that of Quell Bay. Where is that within our marketing strategy? Commissioner Bushelty.
Thank you for the question. Right now, we don't have anything on the national level with regards to Quell Bay specific. Division of Festival highlights Quell Bay throughout the year. We've done several different and supported several different opportunities for Quell Bay to be highlighted in our virtual events, as well as when we had in-person events, namely with Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights. 10 Sleepless Nights. As a matter of fact, we hired them to perform in the, just recently to perform in the parade submission for President Biden and Vice President Harris. You know, I think that is an area we can look at more to see what else we can do specifically around Quell Bay. I think one of the challenges I see, Senator, is right now, outside of these historic events, you know, it's hard pressed to find Quell Bay being played anywhere. So if it's not the Cruising Christmas Festival or Standing in the 10 Sleepless Nights, we don't have any other real mediums where we can hear it or see it. And in St. Thomas, St. John District, right now, even the smaller group that used to be run by Bones, I forget his real name, the teacher at Barton Bashalta School. I don't even see that group playing anymore. So I think that there has to be more done if we are really going to highlight Kwelbe music, and it has to start from the youth and come up, as well as from the legendary band Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights to come down.
Okay, well, I don't think that is hard to get. So I will encourage you to reach out to Mr. Stanley Jacobs and any other these band leaders with regards to the Kwelbe music. That is easy. I'm talking about embedding that in the strategy as we make these commercials and whatnot. I don't think that is something hard to do. And since you also brought up the division of festivals, let me ask, especially on behalf of a senator who is unable to be here, your testimony indicates that you're looking forward to the Virgin Islands Carnival 2021. Is that a realistic statement? And how do you intend to utilize the monies appropriated for that division? Answer the first question. Is 2021 realistic that you're looking forward to for VI Carnival?
It's realistic in the sense that we will do something under the division of festivals. Is it realistic that we will have a traditional in-person event? No, I don't see that happening because I don't see us being in a place where it will be approved for safety reasons and health reasons from the Department of Health as a major mass gathering.
Thank you.
As the VI Carnival is.
Thank you for that. Now, the other, how do you intend to utilize the 1.5 million, I believe it is, that was appropriated to the Division of Festivals?
Well, the monies that were appropriated in the general fund are salary and fringe, and the staff is still hired, and we actually hired a assistant director for St. John earlier or late last year. So we have the full complement of staff positions filled. With regard to the actual monies that were allocated by the Senate for the events, the major events, those are still there, and we still plan to use them very conservatively because we won't spend the same amount of money on a virtual event as we do on a live in-person event.
Thank you. Who is the person that was hired for the St. John assistant director position?
Leona Smith.
Okay, thank you. And was a public notice sent out?
On the hiring, I don't believe we have sent a public press release out on it.
Okay.
But that's something we could work with in short order.
Yeah, that's something that's needed. We're public officials. Once an appointment is made, it should be made public. Now, again, coming back now to the downtown areas, which is truly, I really believe that if we could get our downtown areas together, that we will be able to grow our economic product. I did submit a bill draft in BR 21-0222, which is not completed. The draft is not completed yet, but the request was sent in where the bill is to limit a number of sites listed for historical preservation by identifying specific locations territory-wide in the downtown areas. I strongly believe that we, rather than having the entire downtown be historically preserved, that we need to identify with the appropriate entities the buildings that we want to historically preserve. And this will allow for further economic growth within our downtown areas. Downtown areas are historically known to be the epicenter of any city as we know it. And our downtown areas are supposed to have an intrinsic cultural significance as well. And that said, what in the downtown areas depict in your mind, Commissioner Bashalta, what in the downtown areas depicts or define our historical or cultural assets?
Well, I'll start with all four of them, and I define the four as Charlotte Amalie, Cruz Bay, Frederiksted, and Christiansted.
That's the only four that I know, and yes, that's the four that I expect to hear of.
Right, and I would define them. They all start with the historic architecture. I think that is a critical piece of the culture
and just
of downtowns.
Just in the essence of time, just give me two for each of those four areas. You can start with Cruz Bay.
Okay, Cruz Bay. Cruz Bay is very, very much happening. You go over there in the day, you go over there in the night. Downtown Cruz Bay is very, very vibrant. And that's a direct reflection of the tourism product. And the stores and the retail sector being willing to open past 5 o'clock. You move to Charlotte Amalie downtown, heavily impacted by the cruise business as it's been driven historically by retail. A good sign is that the work on the main street is finishing, and I think that can help bring investment back into downtown Charlotte Amalie, which hopefully can revive it. With regards to Frederiksted, I think Frederiksted is burgeoning and up and coming. With a couple more boutique hotels that can fit in the landscape and meet the needs down within the town of Frederiksted, as well as the waterfront vista, I think the potential is unlimited. With regards to Christiansted, I think Christiansted too has wonderful attributes that we need to continue to focus on, i.e., build the retail side of it and ensure that the stores are open not only for daytime traffic, but for traffic when overnight guests come out, which is generally after 5 when they go out for dinner and decide to walk around. One of our challenges across the board,
hold up before you go to challenges, because again that's why I ask about what in the downtown area depicts or defines our historical or cultural assets. I expected to hear you mention something to me and the audience about the fort in the downtown areas, etc. I mean, I haven't heard anything. I'm looking at our cultural piece, especially when people come to any destination. One of the first places that they go to is your downtown area. And I'm coming home to Frederiksted. When was the last time have you been in downtown Frederiksted?
It's been a couple months. What specifically are you asking, Senator?
About 12 months, huh? What I'm saying is we need to revive our downtown areas. Officials need to come out and see exactly what's going on. I'm not just talking about a conversation and whatnot. You need to see it, live it, feel it, touch it, so that we can understand that the downtown area, especially in Frederiksted, is dead, dead, dead. And I'm pointing out Frederiksted because that's where the cruise ships used to come in. And we've all gone to the cruise line conference, and we've heard repeatedly by cruise ship captains that Frederiksted is the most beautiful port to pull into. Yet still we don't take care of our downtown areas the way that we should. Government buildings are the most disgraceful buildings in the downtown areas. We got to get serious with this. When passengers or visitors to the territory come in, I expect to hear that, the Department of Tourism is working in conjunction with the Department of Education so that we can have reenactments and whatnot in the fort. The fort in Frederiksted is run by the local government, whereas the fort in Christiansted is run by the federal government. So at least in Frederiksted, if the cruise ships were in town or with the passenger airlifts that we have, they should be able to go to the fort and see some type of reenactment. I mean, now we have the COVID, so that wouldn't be going on. But we need to think about this as hopefully we all are prayerful that COVID will be somewhat relaxed in the next coming months. But again, we need to look at and pay attention to our downtown areas. EDA, in your testimony, you noted that you were drafting regulations for the South Shore Trade Zone on St. Croix, sponsored by Vice President Nova Francis. What is the timeline on that? Just a timeline, if you have it.
Yes, Senator. Good afternoon again. And as I indicated earlier, we expect to have that hopefully available within the next 90 to 120 days as a result of the comment periods that we leave the rules and regulations out there for comment from the general public. We usually do 2 comment periods where we draft the rules, we put out the comment period, we get the comments in, we incorporate those that tie into law and put them back out again for comment, and then we send them to the board for approval and promulgation to the governor thereafter.
3 months, 6 months? Just a timeline. Do you have?
Yeah, 90 days is 3 months, 120 is 4 months, so between 3 and 4 months.
Okay, 3 and 4 months. Thank you. Thank you. I noted, I like the idea that you made mention of meeting with the DC-based VI Association. Have you met with any other VI association thus far?
We didn't meet directly with them, but we did hold 2 Zoom open houses where we had discussions with association members and residents in diaspora from throughout the territory, throughout the mainland and the world.
Thank you.
So anybody could call into the Zoom call where we could speak with them.
And were they part of it? Any other VI association, to your knowledge?
Yeah, I mean, many members of different associations took part individually.
No.
We just did an early presentation to the VI Association, but many members of other associations
were involved. I'm specifically asking, I mean, and if they didn't, they didn't. I'm just asking about the entity, not individuals. Anybody could come on to the Zoom meetings, but I'm asking if any other VI association was part of this, to your knowledge.
We did not reach out directly to any other VI association.
Okay. Department of Tourism, have you done the same? Have you been interacting with any of the VI associations on the U.S. mainland?
Yes, we interact with them. We were interacting with them very, very regularly pre-COVID. We are actually ramping up our VI Ambassador program with specific objectives to outreach directly to the VI diaspora and work very closely with the associations.
Okay. Testifiers, I want you, especially when I'm asking a question, I'm one that just like a direct answer. The question was, have you done the same by interacting? The answer is yes. And then if I want to ask what entities, then you tell me what entities. So moving on, Commissioner of Tourism, do we have any offshore offices outside of the territory? Yes or no?
No.
None. No.
None.
Thank you. EDA, back to EDA, on page 19, you spoke about the STARS Act. How are you promoting the STARS Act, in short?
Yeah, in short, we promote that collaboratively with the Department of Tourism. We work very closely with the Tourism Department, particularly Ms. Whitley over there in tourism. They do the bulk of the promotion, and we do the tax incentives on the background, the way the law is designed. But we worked, all our meetings are held collaboratively, so we can really view a project, review it, evaluate it very, very quickly, talk about tax incentives, make sure we're all on the same page, so we're not talking different things to potential filmmakers. So it's a very, very close relationship we have with Department of Tourism, and we promote it regularly at film events throughout the nation.
Thank you. And you stated that you have 1 application for STARS and 1 application for the Hotel Development Program. How far are we on these applications?
Okay, the STARS application is approved, as is the Hotel Development Act application. The filming has not begun in reference to the STARS application yet. The hotel development, we're working on the developer agreement that has to go to the governor and then be ratified by the legislature. So we're very near the end of that process. We have gotten in a second hotel development application. Our statistics were as of December 31st, so we went through the first quarter of fiscal year 2021. We are reviewing and working on a second HDA application right now, and we anticipate another STARS application with a film entity we've been talking to for months within the next 60 days or so.
Thank you. Bureau of Economic Research, has COVID-19 changed the way you collect data or its availability?
Yes, Senator, it has. Typically, for example, for some of our studies, we would go out into the field and interview people for some of our studies. However, what we've done is we've worked collaboratively with other entities. We launched the online COVID survey. We selected groups of individuals, sent the surveys out, and then, we do go out in the field, but it has limited our interaction with respondents. But nonetheless, our job is to collect as much data as possible.
Are we able to quantify the economic impact the stimulus checks may have had on the territory? And what about the new proposed stimulus payments, if you can answer to that?
No, we cannot answer to the new proposed one. The current one, we're still in the process of getting some information, and hopefully we will be able to present something in the near future.
And have you had the information yet given to you from the latest census?
The census 2020 that has just wrapped up? That is what you're talking about?
Yes.
No, Senator. The census 2020, the federal census that has just wrapped up, that data takes some time to present. The territory, honestly, is probably not going to see that information till probably later on this year or early next year. That's just how it is with the census.
Okay. Thank you.
However, if you want population estimates, we could provide that to you because we do keep in-house population estimates.
Okay, thank you. I'll reach out to your office at the appropriate time. Colleagues, what I'll do is we could just move to a wrap-up round, and I'll give you 4 minutes. If you don't use all 4, that's fine. All right? And I'll just start off with the first senator. Again, and we'll just work our way around the room. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized, and then followed by Senator Francis Heiliger and St. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dorsett, I have one question really. It's explain the gross domestic product in regards to the chart that you gave us from 2011 to 2020, especially where you're showing 2019, the 1.3, I guess it is, percentage, and then it will drop down to the 14.2. You could just elaborate on that for me, please.
Okay, so in a nutshell, Senator, with respect to this chart, you'll see some dips in the GDP. So we had the 15% drop with Hovensa when we lost it because part of the refined petroleum products is calculated into our GDP. The increases you saw with respect to the I think it's 0. I don't have it in front, but the 0.6%, well, there's a 0.6% drop with respect to hurricanes Irma and Maria. The percentage increases you saw in 2018 is primarily due to the increase in federal investments. we got hit by a storm. We've been getting a lot of federal dollars coming in that's assisting our economy. So once that's calculated, that rose the GDP. We did some forecasting that we still anticipate another increase because we still are receiving federal dollars. And then the drop that we forecast in 2020 is primarily, tourism is a large part of our GDP. And because we have lost cruise ship passengers and we have lessened the amount of air visitor arrivals, we anticipate that is going to impact our GDP numbers. However, with Line 3 now coming on board with respect to refining operations, we believe that that will greatly benefit the GDP once they start producing petroleum products for export.
And finally, what the governor mentioned in regards to 2020, where there was an increase in revenues, where would that have been shown in the GDP in regards to what he mentioned as a significant increase in revenues for the 2020 budget cycle?
Okay, so that information in respect for 2020, we have not released that information yet. There is some increase that occurred with people paying some of their taxes from the previous year. So, you know, that would be included in there in the GDP because we collect revenue information. So that would respect being there, but at the same time, we've been impacted by COVID pandemic, so we're still calculating a negative GDP or forecasting.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, could put a word out to the Mr. Dorset as the person to be in charge of BER. So you got my vote. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Senator DeGraff. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon again, colleagues, people of the Virgin Islands and testifiers. I'm going to ask my first set of questions quickly to Mr. Biggs. In your testimony on page 27, line 450, I am happy to announce that at this very moment, Made in the USVI website has been launched. You also mentioned when you were testifying that there were 9 businesses that are going to be coming online with this launch. How were those 9 businesses selected? And how, if someone would like to be a part of this Made in VI website, how do they participate? I can't hear. I don't know what he's saying. Hold my time, please.
Yes, don't worry about your time.
I was on mute.
Okay.
I was saying, if you'd like to participate on the online website, you'd apply to our Enterprise Zone Commission. What we do is we vet the entities in regard to making sure that the labels are correct, that they have the correct information available, and they pass all the statutory requirements, that they're correctly licensed. So we started out with some of our vendors, and we're adding more people to the website daily, but we wanted to go ahead and launch with what we had. So it's open to everyone, and everyone can apply via our Enterprise Zone Commission. But again, we want to make sure the products that you're selling meets all the statutory requirements and have all the legal labeling, everything on that.
Okay, thanks. Quickly, through the chair, I would like to request the 9 businesses that have started off with this program as well. On line 552, there will be a heavier reliance on technology, and this is on page 33, more selectively in planned and sponsored events, etc. My question is, how are you going to be dealing with entrepreneurs in dealing with the technology? How are you going to educate them? Because if you're going to rely heavily on this.
We do that through our webinars, through our incubator, through our accelerator program. So we have a variety of means of doing that. For instance, during COVID-19, we switched pretty much to an online payment platform. So All our borrowers, for the most part, are making online payments. Very few borrowers are now sending in payments that way. So when we talk about technology, we're talking about technology to use it to make it more efficient and more effective. And most of our businesses have those means of technologies available to them, such as Zoom, the webinars we do via Zoom, that type of technology.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dorset, I don't know if I missed this. On page 13 of your slides, you spoke about this projected $250,000 potential loss in revenues due to the lack of cruise ship arrivals over the next 6 months, this first 6 months. Could you give me just some bullet points quickly on how you came up to these numbers? Specifically, it was $240,511,463.
So, Senator, the Bureau of Economic Research is responsible for conducting visitor exit surveys. Typically, we do these surveys annually, and we collect visitor expenditures with respect to cruise ships and air arrivals. So in formulating this amount, we basically looked at the 2 quarters of the last 7 years, averaging how much cruise ship passengers were projected to get. And from that, using a calculating methodology and adjusting for price inflation, basically, we calculated how much a cruise passenger spent times the number of the passengers. And that's your direct economic impact without a multiplier effect.
Mr. Chair, could I just finish last? Okay, so based on what you're saying, based on your own calculations, you have estimated your projections that we could lose about $250 million in this first 6 months. Have this Economic Research Division done anything to assist or share with the public, businesses, the government, options as to help mitigate this loss?
Okay, so let me say this in a nutshell. We do have conversations with the business community. One of the things I mentioned in the testimony is that we are doing the sets, the 2025 sets, and we're building in a component, not just for mitigation from hurricanes, but we've also included the pandemic. In addition to that, we are currently doing through EDA, a tourism master plan, which we're also, and that plan is not marketing. What we've done is looked at the data, and we're looking at strategically how we can advance the territory. And those studies should be, at least the drafts of them should be released by the beginning of March, and we'll be happy to share that with the public when they're released and with the senators as well. But that is how we look at it. We have the data, and then our goal is to try to come up with recommendations that can either forward policy or enable legislation to assist all the residents of the territory, not just the private sector.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger, and thank you, Mr. Dorset, for your response. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask my question to Commissioner Tourism. We continue talking about these boutique ships that we're trying to attract. I know for right now we have COVID. What are we doing when it concerns to Gallows Bay and the dredging to prepare for when we do pass this pandemic?
Senator, that's the Airport Authority has a lead on that. They have, to my knowledge, filed for the application for several years now from Army Corps of Engineers, and they're still waiting for a notice to proceed on the dredging in Gallows Bay. So that's basically all. The last I've heard on the update is that they're still waiting for the permit to proceed.
And the last question I'd like to ask you, there's a charge per head for each person that comes off the ship. What's that charge, and how is that money dispensed to the government of the Virgin Islands?
The head tax right now is $13.40 per person, plus $1 per person government tax that stays with the Port Authority. And right now that money stays within Port Authority for Frederickstead, Pierre, and Crown Bay. And at Waiko, that $13.40 is split between Waiko and the VI Port Authority.
When was it last increased? When was that last increase came through it, if you know, by chance?
Off the top of my head, it probably was a little over 4 years ago, maybe 3 to 4 years.
And that was that dollar increase?
No, that went from 1060 to 960 to 1340, I believe.
And thank you very much. No further question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Vice Chair, Senator Potter, you recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My question is to Mr. Biggs of the EDA. Thank you very much for your testimony. It was very detailed and thorough, Mr. Biggs. I appreciate that. I wanted you to elaborate a little bit, or to speak a little bit about the enforcement arm of the EDA. Do you have an adequate enforcement team with respect to ensuring beneficiary compliance with the EDC program, with ability to monitor and follow up, and ensure that these folks are complying with their individual agreements?
Short answer is I think we have the adequate slots available, and I term it that way because we are in the process of hiring some additional individuals as part of that team. We do have an opening where individuals were promoted within the agency, and as a result, we have some slots that we need to backfill. So we will be filling those slots very shortly. We're in the process, as I indicated, of doing our strategic plan, which will include our organizational chart to make sure we have the capacity for today's portfolio we have, but also for the portfolio in the future and how we may need to grow. But we do have an adequate staff. We do occasionally contract out some work if there's a need to do that. But my staff is very capable of making sure that EDC beneficiaries are able to qualify and quantify and comply with the requirements of their contract. When we do an EDC audience, when we do an EDC compliance review, we don't call it an audit report because we don't sample. We look at the entire contract that they have with the government of the Virgin Islands, and we review every part of that contract, and we look for evidence that they're complying with that. So, for instance, if they've indicated they've made their contribution at $3,000 to the Board of Education, we'd like to see the check or some sort of document from the Board of Education indicating that that indeed was made. So we don't just take the word. We do a full compliance review, and we check documents to make sure those documents were done in accordance with the contract they have with the government of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Biggs. My final question really is to Commissioner Bushelti. Commissioner, and it's regarding St. John and the late arrival of the flights to St. Thomas. I think the last flight, I believe, comes to St. Thomas Airport, to Sir Lee King Airport at 10:30. And there are some concerns regarding the last ferry leaving Red Hook to St. John at 9:30. I mean, as the Commissioner of Tourism, is there some role for you to play in sort of resolving that issue? I'm understanding that some people coming to St. Thomas are not even aware of the last boat going to St. John, so there tends to be some anxiety or some challenges there, and just the whole idea of the first impression of a visitor coming here and the whole visitor experience. Is that something that concerns you? Is that something that you can look into?
Thank you for the question. It's something that I am aware of because that last flight comes in, and I was even more concerned. We had a flight that came in over the holiday season from Charlotte that arrived on island at 12:30 a.m. for a few days. But right now, we haven't received any complaints so far with regards to people being stranded and not being able to make it to their final destination on those evening flights. But it's something that we are aware of, and we will address if it becomes a problem.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. To the Department of Tourism Commissioner Bushelty, you made mention of your plans for diversification of the Department of Tourism. The purpose of today's hearing, of course, is to receive an update on the territory's economic status, the evolution of the local tourism industry, efforts towards diversification and recruitment strategy of new businesses. But you made mention of two things that you have in mind regarding diversification, and that is the playcations and workations. Can you speak to how much money will be invested in these strategies moving forward as far as your diversification during COVID-19?
Thank you, Senator. We haven't formalized all of the information on those two particular areas. I don't see a significant amount of money being invested on the workation side. It's more of offering information that if you want to, do your job or, have your kids spend time outside of the continental U.S., we're here and we're open and we have the necessary technology as well as the other mediums, cell phone, ATM, healthcare services that you may have away. Sports tourism now, which is the playcation side of it, I think that there is a budget we have. I know there's a budget we have for up to $1 million to spend annually. And right now we're having conversations with the Sports Commission, as well as conversations with specific sports, i.e. regatta, Paradise Jams, about events and investment in those. I believe that area we will continue to invest more as we get more and more firm decisions as to which areas and which particular events we're going to sponsor locally.
Which leads to my another question. How are the conversations coming along with the Department of Health regarding the implementation of a future playcation strategy in the territory?
Well, we're having conversations regularly, as well as the Commissioner of Sports, Parks and Recreation. He's involved in conversations directly with Department of Health. We all sit in the same Sports Commission with regards to when we will begin to see actual events occur. We have taken a step towards that in terms of allowing practices to begin in various sports. And I believe once the practices begin, the next step will be, of course, actually having games, which then could lead to the events. The process is fluid. I'm hopeful that we continue on the trajectory we have with regards to vaccinations, and the same thing with the U.S. And then we hopefully can be in a position to allow for events to happen.
Thank you, Commissioner. And while we're on the topic of playcation or sports tourism in the territory, my question to the Economic Development Authority is, how familiar are you with Act number 6032, or specifically Title 29, Chapter 12, Subchapter 2, Section 741, which speaks to the Youth Recreational Incentive Act, which basically speaks as a policy, whereas they provide tax incentives to encourage individuals, partnerships, joint ventures, corporations, and other organizations to invest in specific types of sports-oriented and or recreational facilities in the U.S. Virgin Islands. How have we been implementing this section of the Virgin Islands Code under the Economic Development Authority?
We don't have anybody that has applied for those benefits through that act. And I think part of the reason is you can also get the benefits through the EDC. The act really emulates the EDC, and recreational facilities are eligible under the EDC program. But we have not had anybody request any tax incentives under that area of the act thus far.
So lastly, it says that the legislative intent of this subchapter is to promote the establishment of structured sports-oriented and or recreational facilities. So who would you say is tasked with the responsibility in Economic Development Authority to promote this section of the Virgin Islands Code, attract these entities or businesses into the territory?
We promote that. I mean, it's part of our portfolio. Definitely, we have that jurisdiction to do that promotion. But again, entities can also apply under EDC. So we give them the option to apply in whatever tax incentive program they would prefer to apply. And we just haven't had any applications in that area.
Thank you. Commissioner Bushelti, I'm just asking you when you get a chance if you can just visit Title 29, Section 741, and bring it up with the Virgin Islands Sports Commission to make sure that we enforce this section of the Virgin Islands Code, and hopefully once COVID-19 is over that we can provide these benefits and attract these individuals to come into the territory to do business and help our youth in the territory while promoting sports tourism. The Division of Festival was created to improve transparency, promote our culture, and provide some level of economic development. So with COVID-19, we cannot do any mass gatherings. So what innovations or ideas you have to really change around the Division of Festivals to put these individuals to work who are being paid and make sure that we're thinking out of the box? Recently, I saw where, I'm not going to mention the other island because I don't believe in calling other islands on the Senate floor, but there was another island that is basically doing a whole virtual festival, party, monarch, road march, everything as if it's still going on. So what are we doing moving forward with the Division of Festival to diversify and still think out of the box in the digital age? Mr. Commissioner Bushelti.
Thank you, sir. If it's possible, Senator, can I ask the Director, Ian Turnbull, to give you a response to that?
Please.
Directly?
Please.
Mr. Turnbull, if you could respond directly to our steps to diversify.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So what we have planned for 2021 is we're looking to potentially do a hybrid of some virtual events and some live, if possible. We are also looking to bring forth more events as opposed to just what we did with St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John. We're looking to potentially do a calypso show, a potential Queen show if possible, as well as we are bringing in something new that we're going to be calling a restaurant cook-off, a week where basically individuals can go to various restaurants and eat their favorite food. So it'd be like almost like a food fair per se, but something that kind of encourages visitors who want to come during the period during that time when we have events. They can visit local restaurants, and the restaurants, they would be in competition to serve local foods. And so this is a means of generating revenue as well. As you noted, you did state, Trinidad putting on, a soca monarch.
I never call a name. I never call a name. I don't call. I never call a name.
But I know who you're talking about. But the reality is that their government is not hosting those events. It's individual promoters who are hosting those events. So a lot of those events that a lot of these other islands host, it's actually local promoters who put those events on. I can gladly state that the Virgin Islands was the first entity that put on the virtuals. We kind of started this initiative, and yes, we look forward to potentially, bringing new innovations to the table. As I mentioned again, we would like to, dive into doing a Soca Monarch and dive into some of these other activities. But again, COVID-19, so we're in talks with Department of Health to make sure that we can host these type of events that would encourage a multitude of people in a building, in a facility.
But I just wanted to be mindful, you said on the record that individuals in the private sector in those other islands are the ones putting it together, but they have to seek approval from the government. The good thing that we have in the territory is that the Division of Festival is tasked with that responsibility and is within the government. So you're saying that the government do not want to do that?
No, I'm not saying that the government doesn't want to do it. What I am saying is that what they're doing is they're being able to receive revenue when they host some of those events. For instance, let's take KES. KES is hosting an event, and they're charging for people to be able to be entertained. And so what I'm saying is that we could potentially do those things where we have that opportunity. But again, during the time when we initially started having our virtuals, we didn't know where we were in the space of COVID. And so that's why we took the steps that we took and we made the decisions that we made. Moving forward, yes, we are looking at being a little bit more aggressive and doing more innovative activities for the world and to engage people.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to abuse my time. I look forward to the status update in the Committee on Culture, because recently we had a virtual festival for the Crucian Christmas Festival. The reason why my millennial colleague and former Senator Myron Jackson created the Division of Festival is for transparency. So I look forward to seeing those numbers, all the different expenses that took place. So I look forward to that discussion to make sure that we're not losing money but gaining money. That's the purpose of the Division of Festival, economic development. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. And before I recognize Senator Carrion for his 4 minutes, one of the concerns that I gathered from today's testimony was from BER, as Mr. Dorsett presented, that some 51% of businesses indicate strongly that they were impacted by COVID-19, with about 18% saying that they're at risk of closure within the next couple of months. What I wanted to ask there is the EDA, are we able to assist through any of your programs, any of these businesses that might be in jeopardy?
Yeah, the EDA doesn't have any type of disaster-related funding in reference to whether it be man-made disaster, a pandemic, or a natural disaster. So none of our loan programs are disaster-related. The potential of SBA extending the payroll protection program looks good. We've gotten word that it will be extended, and again, we will assist via the payroll protection program, the PPP program, as much as we can. But other than really our regular loan program, we don't have any type of other loan programs that we can assist with, and we don't have any type of grant programs in regard to
that. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Senator Samuel Carrion, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to follow up on the questions I asked earlier, with regards to the hotel occupancy taxes, I would like to know how much of that has been remitted by Airbnb and into our Bureau of Internal Revenue in the last year.
Senator Carrion, I have that information. Could you give me a few minutes to find that, please?
Okay. And another with regards to that is how often are those payments done? Well, you do that, CEO Director Biggs. In regards to, with reference to workforce development, are you having any conversation between your office, Department of Labor, and UVI or CTEC with regard to some of these entities or companies that are in the pipeline looking to do business here in the territory? And what's the plan?
Yes,
and what's the plan with regards?
I'm sorry, Senator, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was going to say, what's the plan with regard to that? Because a mistake that we continue to make here in the territory is that we open up to all these business and corporations that are coming from abroad, but we don't strengthen our workforce locally, and we've seen that most of our jobs go out to people from outside of the territory. So what's the plan with regards to that? What conversations are you having?
Well, let me first say I don't think most of our jobs do go outside the territory. We have a requirement in EDC that 80% of the jobs must be filled by residents of the territory, and we enforce that heavily. And percent of the jobs that are in the professional, technical, and management areas must be filled by residents after a period of 3 years. So we really push that. But long story short, yes, we do work very closely with the Department of Labor. We have representatives on the Workforce Investment Board. We've also worked closely with, I think the entity is called Workforce 180 in regard to that. We sit on the steering committee for the Department of Education. We've sit on the ESCORP board with UVI. So we continually talk in reference to education and higher learning entities in regard to workforce development. So we work diligently to make sure we have the workforce available for the jobs that we project.
Well, thank you for that. So having said that, the companies that you have conversations with currently that are in the pipeline, so you have any accurate conversations now with regards to that?
Yeah, I mean, we have conversations in regard to what is the workforce needs, and that's where we talk to the workforce board, investment board, in regard to what's the demand occupations, what we see coming down the pipeline, so they can provide training courses. We also work, and I didn't indicate that with UVA Cell in developing that. Additionally, all our EDC companies have a training component as part of the contract where they must train up people for jobs within the entity. So we take workforce and training very seriously. And again, we make sure that those things are done by the EDC beneficiaries.
Okay, thank you for that. With regards to your incubator program, can you share a little light about it? How many participants you have in it currently?
Yeah, I mean, I will see if Ms. Holloway is on. She's not on the line at the moment. If I can provide that to you. Currently, the incubator sustained damages as a result of hurricanes Maria and Irma. And as a result, the program is primarily done virtually right now because the incubator space has some water intrusion. We have not been able to settle with FEMA yet, although we think we're just about 60 days away. We've gone through our second peer review and everything looks good. So I think we're getting very, very close to settling on the damages here. But I can provide you with that information as I don't see Ms. Holloway, our incubator manager, online. I'm sorry, she is online. So Ms. Holloway, can you indicate that, or Ms. Samuel? You're on mute, Musa. You're on mute.
My apologies. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you repeat the question, please?
The number of clients currently in the incubator program.
Well, the current number of clients in the incubator program, and that number tends to change and it's fluid. Last year, we had 24 new clients, and as of this year, for fiscal year 2021, we've had four more new clients. So between fiscal year 2020 and 2021, we're now up to 26, I believe, if that's the correct number. If my math is correct right now.
28.
28, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I may, the last, also from Mr. Dorset. On national level, we're hearing of a potential increase in the minimum wage. Is BER looking towards studying how any of this might affect us in our local economy?
Okay, so if you go on our website, and I don't know if under the former governor and along with the legislature, we did a minimum wage impacts study that was instituted, and I actually can provide to you information with respect to how the salaries have increased over the last several years. I've not recently looked at what the states are doing, but I can provide you what our office did and how it has impacted the territory for the last 4 years. So I could provide that information. And I also have the information for you with respect to Airbnb.
Thank you. Can you share that through the chair's time? Thank you.
Okay, I can email that.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Next is Senator Finance Chair, Senator Viale. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. See that you're now rolling your R's. I don't know what's going on there. Mr. Biggs, what's the present occupancy of the industrial park, St. Croix and St. Thomas, percentage?
St. Thomas is at 100% occupancy based on the occupiable space. And I say that because we have one bay that still is not repaired as a result of hurricane damages. But of the 3 bays, all 3 are fully occupied. And the 4th bay is actually an extension of one of the companies. So as soon as we get that bay fixed, that company's lease will be modified to take over that space. So it's 100% occupied. St. Croix is technically about 84% occupied. However, we're in negotiations for the last remaining 2 spaces, and we're in the process of preparing those leases. So we've already gotten the letter of intent to lease. We just haven't finalized the lease agreement yet. So we'll be at 100% occupancy within the next 30 days or so.
Okay, thank you so much. What is your interpretation in reference to excise taxes for local manufacturers that receive EDC benefits? Are they exempt?
Currently, how the BIR is applying based on the court order on finished product, our law did not indicate finished product. So we think the intent was to exempt EDC beneficiaries. And so that's one of the legislative amendments that we're going to request, that they be exempt on the finished product. However, we also have a concern for the small manufacturers in the territory that are in our pop-up shop and everything else. So we're not only concerned about the EDC beneficiaries, but we're concerned about the mom and pop individuals who make candles, who make jewelry, who make a variety of other products and are considered manufacturers, that they're going to be taxed on that finished product.
Is your legal counsel working in any language for that particular part also, or just for those under the EDC program?
We were looking at the EDC program, but we have some suggestions in reference to how we can address manufacturers on a whole. So we'll be happy to provide some language if you'd like to see some language, Senator.
Definitely, I think that we need to address this problem before the March court date, so that we could have a clear understanding as to the path moving forward for local manufacturers. Before, he didn't speak to it, and it was an unfair application, but I do believe that if we're able to outline the exact path by legislation in terms of exemption, that will be okay without messing with the case in any way. In reference to, we were requiring some tax changes nationally, correct? That we have been working on for quite a while with the delegate?
We have been requesting that certain provisions of the tax code be applied differently, particularly the provision that's called guilty.
Yes.
So we've been working on that for some time in regard with the delegate to have that provision removed, where we're not treated as basically the income source here is not treated when it's repatriated back as foreign income.
I'm hoping that with our good delegate being appointed to these particular committees, the Ways and Means and the budget, that we'll be able to get that particular provision so that we can continue to expand our EDC programs. I think we need to put on a full court press now to try to get that particular piece of changes made to the tax code. Mr. Bosholta, in terms of St. Thomas, which is the premier tourist destination in the Virgin Islands, Deepwater Port, over 1 million tourists per year, cruise ship passengers per year. What difference would a cruise ship passenger post-COVID see that wasn't there before? Well, if they're coming post-COVID, how would St. Thomas be rebranded, or will they just be seeing exactly what they saw before, or do you think we'll be able to add a different element, whether it's a make and bake experience, have a more local flair? What can we create different as a lure to individuals that want to visit the Virgin Islands?
Well, first off, I think the waterfront itself, that construction being finished will be a new addition, as well as the completion of the Main Street project will be finished. But I do believe in order to parlay those investments, we would have to incorporate some kind of historical aspects in the downtown to bring people into downtown, utilize the Fort Christian and the Enid Bar Library to incorporate some type of activities that, whether it's related around festival or carnivals or related around the history of the Virgin Islands, I think that is important for us to have that happen. The second piece is, of course, our beaches. I mean, if we continue to keep the beaches clean, neat, that's a major differential point for us in terms of our ability to separate from other islands that may be on the same cruise. Lastly, I do believe that there is going to be a phased-in approach when cruise ships come back. And that's why I think that we are going to be able to separate ourselves, at least initially, in terms of our diligence and experience in the protocols that have been implemented during the COVID cycle. I think that is one of the differences we've seen in the USVI versus many of our competitive brethren in the Caribbean, is that we've done a very good job of walking that fine line between protecting the community and injecting necessary dollars into our economy.
What is the completion date for Main Street? Do we have a targeted date for completion?
I believe the last date I saw is sometime in April, maybe mid-April, for all the work to be completed. Okay,
we must complete that project before the next cruise ship comes. If we don't, something terribly wrong with us. We have this window of opportunity to make sure that it's done, that everything is in place. So I hope that we're able to meet that target date. Have you seen any impact in the, I think it was the 2020 budget, the Finance Committee and the members of the 33rd Legislature funded positions for all of the towns to keep the towns clean. Christiansted, Fredericksted, along with Charlotte Amalie and Cruz Bay, where we funded 12 positions and we also funded equipment. Have you seen the impact? Have you seen the impact of those three individuals on Charlotte Amalie?
I have, in terms of actually seeing people out there that are wearing sort of like a vest that shows that they're hired for that particular function. It's difficult right now to fully gauge the true impact because we don't have that cruise traffic that would be traversing, especially in St. Thomas, several days a week.
Okay, and they work for the Department of Public Works, but I think we have them all over, and those individuals were hired specifically for the towns. They're supposed to be clean in Fredericksted every day, Christiansted every day, and Charlotte Amalie and Coos Bay. And we did not, and this is not for you, Commissioner, we did not fund those positions for those individuals to be all over the island. If there's a need by Public Works to have additional individuals to keep our island clean, then let us know, and we'll fund those positions. But those three persons are supposed to clean the towns, and you can see Fredericksted with the dust and Christiansted. They have a responsibility. The gutters are supposed to be clean. This is supposed to go back to that period in the 70s when we had individuals that used to sweep the town. They used to walk with a wheelbarrow and a shovel. They made sure the gutters were clean, etc. We need to reach to that point that we're keeping our towns aesthetically pleasing for the local residents and also inviting for individuals who want to come. I think that Public Works should have dialogue with the Commissioner of Tourism to get some specific areas that you would like to concentrate on. So government need to communicate, and when we put these measures into place, we need to make sure that they work. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Finance Chair, for your 8 minutes. Mr. Vice President, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I promised I wouldn't be that long. It's been a long morning and a day already, so I'll try to wrap up real quickly so we can allow our testifiers to go. But I really wanted to talk about this whole issue of diversification. I think that's the buzzword I'm hearing all day today. And more importantly, not just diversification of our agencies, but diversification of our economy. I think it'll be foolish on us to allow for all our eggs to be put in one basket. Again, moving forward, we saw what happened when Hovensa pulled out. It left us flat, as well as when the pandemic situation under St. Thomas and the impact it had on our tourism industry. So it behooves us that whatever we do moving forward, that we should focus on diversification. Mr. Biggs, I want to thank you again for your commitment and our continued work in respect to the South Shore Trade Zone. I think that that's critical as we move forward in terms of expanding our economy and developing some new programs to allow for a number of areas to be fulfilled. I'm still having discussion with stakeholders, for warehouses, for example, where we're looking at perhaps creating fulfillment centers. Because of our geographic location, we're making offerings to probably be able to deliver products to the Caribbean within a one-day service if we could get these fulfillment centers up and running. So I know Viper and some of these other areas are really committed to that. So whatever we could do to move that along, and as I committed to provide some additional funding for the marketing of our South Shore Trade Zone. So I'm looking forward to our continued work in that area. Is there anything else that you need from me in respect to moving the rules and regs to fruition in the, I think you mentioned 4 months?
Not at this time, Senator. I can always reach out to you offline if we see that we're having any issues in regard to that. But currently, there's nothing that I think that we need from you directly. But we'll be happy to as usual, work with your staff very closely to make sure we get those done as quickly as possible.
Very well. Thank you for that. And Commissioner Bushalty, in regards to our diversification again and really expanding our scope in tourism, have you considered or are you having any discussion in regards to bird watch? I saw where bird watch is continuing to be a niche industry, avi-tourism. In some other areas, Costa Rica and some of these other areas, and we have a very high tourism population that really talk about bird watch. And right here in the Virgin Islands, we do have some indigenous or native birds to the Virgin Islands. Are you having any discussion in that respect?
We have not, but we definitely could add it to the list. I agree that diversification is important for our long-term sustainability. So we definitely can add it and see what kind of traction we can get in just letting people know what we have to offer locally.
Very well. I'll share some data with you that I've been able to gather in respect to that. I think it's critical for us to probably take a look at that particular area. Also, I heard you under some questions in regards to the vessels that we're seeing out in our harbor, where we're saying that DPNR should be able to provide us with the data. It's critical that we don't function in silos as a government. I think that we need to have that collaboration. Your ability to be able to get to those vessels and perhaps drop a brochure, could lead to other things, either contrabands or further investigation, or that we have return visitors. So I think it's important that there's some collaboration between DPNR, tourism, and those other areas in respect to accounting for, Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up.
Yes, you may, sir.
In accounting for those vessels out in our harbor, more importantly is that we had allowed or increased the mooring fees, which will then empower DPNR to be able to beef up their enforcement areas, as well as to develop the funding that will be required for us to put a lot more moorings out there. The numbers have increased exponentially over the last several weeks. I mean, every time you look out into the harbor, we're seeing the numbers, and I truly believe that we need to start to at least account for all of these vessels that's coming into our waters. What do you say about that?
I agree 100%, especially if we are going to invest in the marine industry. We have to ensure that we get a return back for the investment. And of course, it begins with our understanding fully what is exactly in the territory. And that begins by making sure that we have a sound registration system to understand what's in the territory and ensure that the vessels that are here legally and are complying with the law. So I agree 100%, Senator.
Correct, and we do have, the federal government do have some responsibility with the Coast Guard to assist us with that, but we can't negate our responsibility 3 miles in, that we could definitely have the enforcement authority to see who, what, when, where, how these vessels are being housed out into our harbor. And what I've also noticed that we have some situation where individuals may be going out beyond the 3 miles and then coming right back in. So I believe that what they're doing is trying to skirt or usurp that reporting or the paying, so we need to be mindful of that as well. But thank you very much for your testimony. We have a lot of work to do, but I truly believe that as a government, we can't function as silo, and we have to really come together to connect all the dots. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Yes. Oh, you went already. I'm sorry. All right. So I'll close out and ask a couple of questions. 4 minutes for me, please. The Commissioner of Tourism, you spoke to the evolution of the local tourism industry, and I appreciate the mention of your agency working with the St. Thomas Historical Trust. However, we need to expand our conversations to the territorial VA Historical Preservation Commission. Are you in communication with them as well?
I have not been in communication with them, but I definitely can add it to the list and reach out to them.
Yes, especially as I continue to speak to our downtown areas, and I definitely am just waiting on the first draft of this bill to lift that historic preservation out of the entire downtown area and just have it be, have us identify particular structures within the downtown area. Again, I strongly believe that this will aid our economic growth within the downtown areas. This also brings me to ask the Bureau of Economic Research. Thank you for the data you've provided today. But in the downtown areas, these are the leading economic drivers of any major city. So looking at our footprint, what percentage of tax-based revenue do we generate from our downtown areas regarding property taxes, income taxes, hotel occupancy tax, etc.? And if you don't have the information readily available, you could just tell me that and get back to me.
Senator Giddens, I do not have the information readily available, but I will provide it to your committee and your office.
Okay, how soon, how long you believe that would take?
That should take me by tomorrow to submit it to you. That and the other requests from the other senators that was asked today.
Okay, thanks. And I know there are other tax areas that we could have had. However, we don't have sales tax here. We don't have parking tax, etc. in our downtown area. This is one of the only jurisdictions, U.S. jurisdictions, that you go in the downtown area where you don't pay for parking, etc. And these are different ways of generating revenues. I always caution individuals as they ask, what are you doing to generate new revenues? And doing to generate new revenues mean to increase taxes on the people. So you got to be careful on what you ask for. But again, there are certain things that we do need to look at and ensure that we're able to build our coffers. So on the diversification piece, Commissioner of Tourism, you also spoke to, and Senator James Sr. went to it earlier in his close-up as well, with the placations and workstation. The placations, you stated, is home to several internationally recognized sporting events. However, what's the department's input on the Parley Joseph Stadium and the Randall Doc James horse race track?
With regards to the Parley Joseph Stadium, we play a closer role. We are working with the governor's office and the sports commission on possible uses for the stadium once completed. We are having conversations around ways we can see a return by trying to figure out what sports and when can they come in with regard to our accommodations to make the facility truly reach its potential. With regards to the Ronald James racetrack, we haven't had any conversations, nor have we been approached by the stewards of that particular track or industry with anything with sports tourism with the Department of Tourism since I've been in the position.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just hold my last question that I was going to ask regarding the security, safety and security at our airports, and I'll hold that for Port Authority once here. A couple of senators touched on it, but I didn't receive a clear answer on that. So I'll just hold off until we have the the Port Authority before us. Colleagues, at this time we've exhausted the time. 2 rounds, we've been here since 10 a.m. I thank everyone who has participated in today's hearing, all of our testifiers, committee members and non-committee members alike, central staff and senatorial staff. I want to say a specific thank you to Ms. Picard as well for sitting in as our clerk. And we've had a very wholesome and productive dialogue as we all do our part to continue driving our economy. And this pandemic has certainly created a number of opportunities for us as a territory to continue to thrive and diversify our product. And that said, I want to just ask the testifiers who are with us to close out 2 minutes each, starting with BER. 1 minute, 60 seconds, I'm sorry.
Good day again. On behalf of the staff at BER, Ms. Liburd, Ms. Hazel, Ms. Richardson, we thank you for the opportunity to inviting us to testify on the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture. And the staff at the Bureau of Economic Research is here to assist with all your data needs to the best of our ability. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. EDA?
Good day. Again, we want to thank you for your continuous support. The legislator has been very kind to EDB with continuous support, and we hope that as we continue to do the people's business, we continue to receive support in that regard. Our mandate is to diversify the economy. We've been working very hard in regard to that. Vision 2040 should be released shortly. We anticipate sometime next month the public release of the plan will be done. And we look forward to really your support in moving that plan forward also. My staff had indicated to me in reference to Senator Francis' request for the update list of EDC beneficiaries, that the updated list is on the website, but we will definitely submit a hard copy also. So the latest listing is there. We appreciate all the support that we continually obtain from the legislature, and we'd like everybody to continue to be safe as we go through 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's that request was made from Senator Francis Heiliger. We do have a Senator Francis and a Senator Francis Heiliger.
Yes, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Mr. Commissioner?
Thank you, Senator. I want to begin by thanking the Senate for their continued support of the Department of Tourism, the last Senate for their support in approving our budget. Clearly, we can't do what we do without the necessary resources. I look forward with working with the new Senate that's in and with this committee moving forward in executing our tourism objectives and goals. I'm pleased and proud to say that we are #1 in the region. I look forward to us continuing to defend our position at the top of the mantle. And I look forward to working with our private sector partners locally and abroad in order to make sure that we continue to have a healthy and sustainable tourism product. And lastly, I'd like to thank Governor Bryan and Lieutenant Governor Roach, Department of Health, for working closely with the Department of Tourism in keeping our positivity numbers where they are right now, under 3%, which is very, very strong, considering that most of our people come from the continental U.S. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank our tourism team who work tirelessly to keep us in the position we're in. Thank you, tourism team. I look forward to continue working with you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. There's one other request from Senator Carrion with regards to requesting a copy of the agreement the government has with Airbnb. Would that be through you, Tourism?
No, that would be through BIR.
BIR?
Internal Revenue. Internal Revenue.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Clerk, you're recognized for the reminders.
Mr. Chairman, these are the requests made through the chair. The Honorable Senator Alma Francis Heiliger requested the Department of Tourism provide specific numbers relative to the actual deliveries resulting from the digital marketing campaigns. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger requested the Department of Tourism a list of all marketing contracts, inclusive of all costs and specific services provided. Senator Francis Heiliger requested of the Economic Development Authority a list of the 9 businesses who will be a part of the Made in the Virgin Islands program. The Honorable Senator Genevieve Whitaker requested a list from the Department of Tourism of the nonprofit organizations that are working with to promote Virgin Islands culture.
That's it?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Bushelti and CEO Biggs, I'll ask you to make yourselves available so that we can have our media do a short interview with you sometime in the future. They'll reach out to you, and then we'll get the, I know you wanted to get the video played EDA, however, we were unable to do so. So we could set up for that to be done in the future. Again, thank you all so much. And the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for Tuesday, February 9th, 2021 is hereby adjourned.